I grow stronger by spending money, time traveling with an extreme difficulty. Mr. Yi will pay for all the expenses tonight. With several screams, the atmosphere in the bar could be said to have reached its peak. Yi Zhan looked at the crowd in front of him, who was almost dancing madly, and still felt a little unsatisfied. A large amount of cash was scattered everywhere, making the crowd even crazier, as if they were on steroids. In the midst of the noisy music, he vaguely heard a mechanical prompt. The next second, the crowd swarmed over, and the table he was on collapsed. At the same time, the crystal light above his head also shook. In the last scene before he lost consciousness, Yi Zhan's first thought was that he was going to use money to smash the bar owner to death. How dare he make such a shoddy project? He was the son of the richest man in City A. Was he going to die in such a cowardly way? Ding! The system is activating. Detected that the host's life is in danger, taking emergency measures. Yi Zhan slowly opened his eyes and heard an excited voice beside him. That's great. The young master has finally woken up. Before he could react to what had happened, he subconsciously said, "What year is it that you still call me a young master?" After seeing his surroundings clearly, the rest of his words were stuck in his throat. He couldn't help but rub his eyes, thinking that he was hallucinating or that his head was smashed. I have traveled through time and reborn. Many strange memories were stuffed into Yi Zhan's mind, and he couldn't help but show a bit of pain. His temples hurt even more, and it took him a long time to digest them. He didn't expect that he would survive a great disaster and even time travel to a fantasy world. It just so happened that he was already used to living a life of luxury. Thinking of the cultivation novels he had read in his previous life, Yi Zhan suddenly felt high-spirited. This time, I want to be the main character of Ordinary Human. I'll work hard to cultivate and become stronger. Hearing the strange words coming from Yi Zhan's mouth, the servant beside him was confused. He thought that Yi Zhan was still unconscious and didn't take it to heart. The excited Yi Zhan didn't notice the servant beside him who wanted to say something but hesitated. In the next second, the servant's words were like cold water, dousing Yi Zhan's newly ignited great ambition. Young master, don't be depressed. So what if you have a crippled spirit root? It doesn't matter if you don't cultivate. You'll still have to inherit the family business in the future. What is the point of having such high cultivation? Master would naturally. Before the servant could finish, he was interrupted by Yi Zhan. What did you say? Startled by Yi Zhan's sudden increase in volume, he stammered, to inherit the family business. Not this one. Crippled spirit root. Yi Zhan then remembered that not long ago, the original owner's body had been tested and found to have a crippled spirit root, which made him more difficult to cultivate than ordinary people. Very good. Beginning with a nightmare was indeed of mortals, and the kind that couldn't be more useless. In terms of talent, the original owner might be at the bottom, but in terms of wealth, he was born at the winning head start. This continent was known as the Kangzhan continent and was divided into the capital city, which was the central province, and north, south, east, and west provinces. The capital city could be said to be the center of the entire continent. It was also the place where the talents gathered and emerged in large numbers. The coastal area of East Province was well developed in commerce and was an important passage for the various fortresses. Trade was very active, so it was very prosperous and had the name of small capital. In addition, the North Province was cold and mostly covered in mountains. It was inaccessible and the conditions were harsh. The West Province was filled with large ancient forests that contained rich resources. The South Province was hot and mostly desert, where various resources were extremely scarce. The Yi clan was the largest chamber of commerce along the southeast coast. Yi Zhan's father, Yi Tian, was the richest man. The original owner had been asked to inherit the family business since he was young, but neither the original owner nor Yi Zhan had the ambition. It's boring. He's a rich second generation again. What's the fun in this kind of life? It could be said that this body was excellent in every way except for cultivation. Unfortunately, this was what Yi Zhan didn't like the most. After all, he had had enough of being a rich second generation in his previous life. If other people knew what Yi Zhan was thinking, they might not be able to resist beating him up. This kind of status was what ordinary people wanted, but he was still picking and choosing. Young master, don't dawdle anymore, the servant reminded him. Master still has something important to tell you today. Oh, you're right, Yi Zhan replied lazily. He dressed himself up and went to see the original owner's father, who was also his current father, Yi Tian. The luxuriously decorated hall was priceless. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to earn that many spirit stones in their entire lives. You're not young anymore. It's time for you to learn how to manage the Chamber of Commerce. From tomorrow onwards, you'll be learning with me. Who would have thought that Yi Zan would refuse on the spot? I don't want it, father. My goal is to cultivate and become an immortal. Inheriting the family business and idling around is not my goal. Yi Tian's expression changed. It wasn't that he wanted to pour cold water on his son, but there had never been a case of a crippled spirit root. You have a crippled spirit root. Don't even talk about enlightenment. You can't even break through to earth grade. Man proposes, God disposes. If I don't give it a shot, how would you know that I won't be able to break through? Yi Tian looked at Yi Zan's determined eyes, which were now filled with unprecedented seriousness. Yi Tian looked at him in a new light, and he asked seriously, "Are you serious?" Yi Zan nodded. Seeing that he wouldn't agree no matter what, even if he was forced to. He probably wouldn't study seriously and might even have the opposite effect. After thinking for a moment, he said, "I'll give you 1,000,000 spiritual stones. You can go out alone for a year. If you still can't break through to earth grade, you'd better come back quickly and stop messing around." "All right." Yi Zan agreed readily. Words are not proof. Let's high-five as an oath. Clap. With a crisp sound, the father and son's hands touched in the air and then separated. The plug-in appears. The prodigal system is activated. The low-profile carriage quietly left the back door of the Yi clan. It was plain without the Yi clan's flag and logo. No one knew that the son of the richest man, Yi Tian, was sitting inside. Neither did anyone know that he was the future heir of Yi clan in the Chamber of Commerce. Yi Zan sat in the carriage, pretending to sleep. The power system in this fantasy world was divided into sun, moon, star, heaven, earth, and human realms. Each major stage was divided into 9 small stages. The lowest was level 1 of human realm, and the highest was level 9 of sun realm. One who broke through sun realm would be considered to become immortal. At this moment, he was at level 2 of human realm, and even this level was the result of the original owner's hard work of consuming a large number of rare treasures and forcefully cultivated. If other cultivators took the treasures, they could at least cross a few levels. However, for the original owner, it only changed from 0 to 2. There was not much change at all, which was enough to show how crippled his spirit root was. I was too careless. Yi Zan was filled with regret. If he'd known this would happen, he wouldn't have promised Yi Tian to break through to Earth realm. Now that he thought about it, it was simply impossible. Yi Tian must have known this, and so he readily agreed. In any case, he knew that Yi Tian wouldn't be able to complete the task and would obediently come back to inherit the family business a year later. What a good move to advance by retreating. It's said that people in business are more scheming, and Yi Tian was extremely scheming. After all, the original owner had used so many precious materials to reach level 2 of human realm, but now he only had 1,000,000 spirit stones. It sounded like a lot, but his expense was like running water, not to mention that training was a money-burning matter. If he wanted to rely on these 1,000,000 spirit stones to buy resources to increase his cultivation, then why didn't he just stay at home? Why did he have to come out and make a living? Sigh, the road is long. I haven't even taken half a step. Just as Yi Zan was thinking about his future path, he felt a violent bump and almost fell out of the carriage. What happened, Uncle Son? It seems like the carriage has been tripped. Yi Zan lifted the curtain and looked down. Someone had set up an inconspicuous roadblock below. If a passing carriage was not careful, it would easily fall. This was obviously man-made. However, when he looked around, he found that he was far away from the bustling urban area. There were big trees everywhere, and weeds were overgrown. He could only hear the chirping of insects and birds. It's the wilderness. Who would be bored enough to put this here? As soon as Yi Zan said this, he realized that something was wrong. He suddenly had a bad premonition and hurriedly urged, "Uncle Son, run." However, it was too late. The sound of horses' hooves came from behind. From the sound, there were probably more than a dozen people. When Yi Zan left home, he only brought this old man but no one else. Yi Tian said that he was going out to explore, not to enjoy life. There was no point of bringing so many people. He didn't even arrange a bodyguard for Yi Zan. He just wanted to make Yi Zan back off. Yi Zan understood his thoughts, but he didn't fall for it. He was also unyielding, so he brought along Uncle Son and left with the money. Uncle Son had traveled a lot when he was young. He quickly realized what had happened and his face turned pale. "Young master, sit tight." As soon as he finished speaking, The carriage shot out like an arrow. If it wasn't for Yi Zan's quick reaction and holding onto the cabin next to him, he would have been thrown out. Yi Zan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked at Uncle Sun as if he was looking at gold. Poor Uncle Sun, with his age, he felt uncomfortable under Yi Zan's gaze. He couldn't help but say, "Young master, why are you looking at me like that?" "Uncle Sun." "No. I should call you Elder Son. I can tell you're not a simple person just by your driving skills. As the only child of Yi clan, how could father let me go out alone? He must have arranged for an expert like you to follow me." Uncle Sun looked ordinary and had no cultivation. In fact, he was like an old man in a ring, bracelet, or jade pendant in the fantasy novels that Yi Zan had read in his previous life. His identity wasn't ordinary. He usually didn't make a move, but when he did, he would definitely be able to kill everyone present in seconds. He would only appear when the main character was in danger and turn danger into safety. Uncle Sun couldn't help but interrupt Yi Zan. "Young master, I don't understand what you're saying. I'm just good at driving." Yi Zan was stunned. He looked at Uncle Sun several times and saw that he didn't seem to be lying. This wasn't going according to the routine at all. The bandits behind them were riding on horses, so they were naturally faster than Yi Zan and Uncle Sun. They caught up very quickly. "The people in front, listen up. If you stop the carriage now and hand over the spirit stones, I might consider letting you go." This group of people looked like frequent robbers, so Yi Zan didn't believe their nonsense. But if this continued, they would catch up sooner or later, and it would be hard to tell whether he would live or die. He didn't want to die before he could succeed, but he had nothing on him except for the 1,000,000 spirit stones. Yi Zan immediately came up with a plan. "I can give you the spirit stones, but these are all I have." Yi Zan threw out a large number of spirit stones, and with the speed of the carriage, the spirit stones fell behind like rain, leaving the bandit gang dumbfounded. They had seen people spending money like it was dirt, but they had never seen someone scattering spirit stones like this. The group of robbers immediately started fighting over the items like crazy. Uncle Sun's eyes widened, but he saw that Yi Zan's movements were extremely familiar, as if he had done it thousands of times. After all, he had done this in his previous life. "I got this first." "Nonsense, I was the one who picked it up." "Sixth brother, you've secretly picked up so many but you're still unsatisfied." The group of robbers was busy picking up spirit stones, so they didn't care about Yi Zan. Yi Zan and Uncle Sun could even hear the sound of their arguments, and there were even signs of a fight. Uncle Sun was thoroughly convinced. "Young master is really smart." Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the "Be Prodigal to Become Stronger" system. Yi Zan was stunned. He thought that he had hallucinations at first, but then he felt overjoyed later. As a reborn time traveler, how could he not have a plug-in? He was even depressed because of this for a long time. Yi Zan couldn't help but mutter, "System, what took you so long to appear?" "I was already activated, but the host's life was in danger and I had to resort to emergency measures. That's why I'm only turned on now." Yi Zan thought back carefully. This sound did appear in his mind when he had lost consciousness, but he thought he had heard wrong. It seemed that his reborn was the work of the system. "I see, but what does this 'be prodigal to become stronger' mean?" "It's very simple. In the modern city, be prodigal means spending money or squandering. In the fantasy world, be prodigal is naturally spending spirit stones. As long as you keep squandering, you can become stronger." Spending money to become stronger, was there such a good thing? Whether it was in Yi Zan's past life or this life, as a rich second generation, he couldn't do anything. However, he was the best at spending money. "I'm familiar with being prodigal." Name: Yi Zan, a name not to be underestimated in fantasy novels. Age: 20. Fortunately, you still have time to work hard. Stage: Level 2 Human Realm, created by heavenly and earthly treasures. Physique: trash. The worst trash in the world. Cultivation technique: none. Work hard, young man. The more you squander, the more you'll have. Item: none. Good luck, young man, you'll get everything if you squander more. Prodigal points: 0. Host: you're so weak. How dare you claim that you're a second-generation prodigal? A transparent panel appeared in front of Yi Zan's eyes. It was similar to the online games he had played in his previous life. It was his personal attributes, and he could clearly understand his current situation at a glance. He looked at the words in the brackets in awkward. The words were deliberately in bold and marked red, as if the system was afraid that he couldn't see them. It was simply a mockery of him. System. What do you mean by those words in brackets? I meant it literally. Did I hit the host's sore spot? Yi Zhan couldn't be bothered to argue with it. He found that there was a prodigal point in the last row. What do you mean by prodigal points? Isn't it something that can be obtained by spending spirit stones? Host, do you really think it's that easy to squander? A friendly reminder. The system provides the current world's currency limitlessly. Please grasp the scale of squandering. Spending less is not considered squandering, but spending more is a big cash cow. Only the right amount of squandering, spending spiritual stones and currency, can be counted as prodigal points. After Yi Zhan saw the rules clearly, he was immediately a little disappointed. He thought that as long as he found a place to buy a lot and pick the expensive ones, he would be considered a prodigal. It turned out that there were so many tricks to it. As he had said, there was no such thing as a free lunch. He couldn't help but sigh. It seems that it's not easy to squander these days. I have to squander with certain standard. You can get a certain amount of prodigal points or system items by completing the random mission issued by the system. If you fail the mission, you will lose a certain amount of prodigal points. You will also get prodigal points if you squander away your daily products. Otherwise, the corresponding prodigal points will be deducted. The prodigal points can be used to increase the host's realm, skill proficiency, and exchange for various props and items. For more information, please explore it yourself. The continuous beeps in Yi Zhan's head made him realize the importance of the prodigal points. The system had set up many rules, but they all revolved around squandering. It was not easy to squander, or else it would be too easy for others to take advantage of the loopholes. Although the prodigal points would be deducted every now and then, it should not be too difficult for him to earn the points as long as he avoided the traps and completed his tasks well. Squander sounded very simple, but if it was another matter to implement it according to the system's rules. Newbie mission. Consume 1 million spirit stones and receive a newbie gift bag. No penalty for failure. Mission time limit: 3 days. Before Yi Zhan could figure it out completely, the mission already appeared. Fortunately, the system still had some humanity and there was no punishment in failing the mission. However, where could he go to spend 1 million spirit stones now? Young master, Xingcheng is right in front of us. Why don't we take a break there before continuing our journey? Uncle Sun's voice pulled Yi Zhan back from his thoughts. Unknowingly, they had already been on the road for more than half a day. In addition to the fact that they had been avoiding the bandits non-stop, both Uncle Sun and the horses were somewhat tired. If it was in the wilderness, there would definitely be no chance to squander, but there might be a chance in the town. Thinking of this, Yi Zhan said without hesitation, "Then let's go to Qingcheng and take a look." Not long after the two entered the town, they saw that the entrance of the inn was packed with people, looking very lively. The inn was one of the buildings there, and the decorations were quite exquisite. The words, "Zui Xian Inn," were written on the antique plaque, and a faint fragrance wafted out from it, tempting people to have a meal inside. There was a long line at the entrance, but there were only a few people inside. They didn't look like they were eating. Yi Zhan couldn't help but ask, "What are you all doing?" The middle-aged man sized Yi Zhan up. "You just entered the town, right?" Yi Zhan nodded. "You don't know yet, but today is the day that the fairy takes in disciples. Everyone is waiting." Only then did Yi Zhan know that not long ago, a mysterious woman had come to Qingcheng and established a sect. Although her strength was unknown, her origin was a mystery. According to the cultivators in the town, she must be a strong expert. Even though it was a new sect, everyone was still scrambling for it. It could be seen that cultivation was the goal of almost everyone. Yi Zhan even found low-level cultivators among them, which made him curious. What kind of charm did this woman have? After all, everything was difficult in the beginning, and the newly established sect was not as good as the old sects. At this moment, someone shouted, "She's here." The moment someone finished speaking, a powerful pressure suddenly descended. Everyone trembled, and the originally lively crowd instantly became silent. Everyone lowered their heads, as if there was a towering mountain pressing on their shoulders. They could not even straighten their bodies. It took a moment for them to barely adapt. Even so, their expressions were somewhat ugly. Is this the majesty of a powerful cultivator? Yi Zhan endured the discomfort and looked up at the person. A graceful figure descended from the sky. She was wearing a white veil and looked like an immortal. She was as cold as ice and her skin was as white as jade, as if it was made of ice and snow. Her beautiful eyes swept through the crowd and she said indifferently, "I am Han Yu, the sect master of Tai Ching sect." Today, I am hosting a banquet at Zui Xian Inn to recruit disciples regardless of their talent, age, or cultivation. Those who are fated to be accepted may enter the inn to attend the banquet. Yi Zan was a little stunned. He didn't expect the mysterious fairy to be such a peerless figure. No wonder these people were crazy like this. They were probably attracted by her face too. Even in his previous life, Han Yu's face was a peerless beauty. No one could compare to her. After all, whether it was her appearance or temperament, she completely surpassed some popular stars. There was no point of comparison at all. He couldn't help but sigh. She's just like her name. She really looks like Fairy Gush from the Moon Palace. The crowd was in an uproar again. There was actually such a good thing. This was what they were most worried about, but now Han Yu said that she would not consider anything. This meant that the possibility of them entering Tai Ching's sect was extremely high. That's great. I thought I wouldn't stand a chance because of my poor aptitude. I didn't expect that she wouldn't even consider on this aspect. That's right. I was already old and had already been rejected by several sects. I thought that I would never have the chance to cultivate in this life. Who would have thought? Everyone was overjoyed, and only then did they remember the additional conditions Han Yu had mentioned. Perhaps it was because of the previous words that gave them confidence. Someone in the crowd boldly asked, "May I ask Sect Master Han Yu, what do you mean by fate?" Han Yu's lips curved slightly. In an instant, the surrounding was like the spring in March when the ice and snow melted. Her watery eyes were full of light, making one unable to help but be intoxicated. The power of her smile was so great that many people were stunned. After all, Han Yu was the cold beauty type. One could imagine how much influence she had on the crowd when she suddenly smiled. She opened her red lips and said, "Donate 50 spirit stones and you may enter the outer sect. Sit at the lower table. Donate 500 spirit stones and you can enter the inner sect. Sit at the middle table. Donate 5,000 spirit stones to become a direct disciple. Sit at the upper table." Han Yu looked at the hundreds of men and women in front of her and directly explained what fate was. For a moment, everyone thought that they were hallucinating. The entire place fell silent, and everyone's expressions became extremely strange. Yi Zan almost laughed out loud. "I understand. You and I are not fated. It's all up to me to spend money." He had learned something new today. He didn't expect to see such a classic trick from his previous life in a fantasy world. "Sect Master Han Yu, you're not joking, are you?" Someone stammered. "Do you think that I'm joking?" Seeing Han Yu's serious expression, everyone was speechless. 50 spirit stones isn't that expensive, but... However, 50 spirit stones for an outer sect disciple sounded like a cash cow. After all, everyone knew that outer sect disciples usually didn't enjoy any benefits from the sect. However, they were not stupid enough to spend 500 spiritual stones to enter the inner sect. Who knew if it was true? Previously, Han Yu had said that she had no requirements, but now she suddenly mentioned spirit stones. No matter how they looked at it, she didn't seem too reliable. If it wasn't for Han Yu's face and aura, everyone would have thought that she was here to cheat them of their money and run away. Even Yi Zan felt that it was too similar. After all, this kind of thing was common in his previous life. Is this a lie? How can there be such a good thing? One can enter the sect as long as they have spirit stones. Doesn't matter about one's aptitude, cultivation level, or age. That's right. It's not like other sects haven't come here to accept disciples before. I heard that they're all very strict. I've never heard of any sect that only needs spirit stones to enter. This fairy looks like a decent human. She can't be a scammer, right? We have to pay before even entering the sect. If we really enter the sect, she'll definitely squeeze us dry. I'm not that stupid. The crowd whispered, and the voices of doubt grew louder and louder. After all, no one wanted to be treated as a fool. Moreover, no one took the lead, so who knew how the situation was there inside? Han Yu's expression didn't change. She noticed everyone's suspicion. "Sect Master, they won't believe us if we ask them to hand over the spirit stones without any evidence," the old man beside her couldn't help but say. Han Yu frowned slightly. This group of stupid and ignorant mortals. It's already a great honor for them to be able to receive my guidance and become my disciple. How can they be so unsatisfied? They're not even willing to take out a mere 50 spirit stones. Han Yu's previous price was even higher: 5,000, 50,000, 500,000. If the old man hadn't stopped her and told her that this was the mortal world, the situation was special and it was not a particularly prosperous place, the crowd would have been scared away when they first heard the price. HMPH, they don't even know how to cherish such a great opportunity in front of them. Han Yu's expression flickered as she clenched her fists. If it weren't for that group of people, I wouldn't have to bow and scrape for 50 spirit stones. I'll remember this, and I'll definitely get back at them 100 times or 1,000 times over one day. It turned out that Han Yu came from the upper realm and cultivated alone all year round. She only had an old man as her companion. However, she was shot down to the lower realm by a plot, and her strength was sealed. The best way to revive was to have her own power, which was to establish a sect. This was why the disciple recruitment banquet was held at Zui Xian Inn, waiting for the fated person to appear. There were many treasures in the Han Yu's space, but her strength was sealed and her realm had fallen, so she could only open a small part of the space. If it wasn't for the fact that my cultivation level is not high enough, the spatial zone hasn't been fully opened, and many things can't be used, I wouldn't have to rely on these people's spirit stones. There's only so little, but I still need to cheat for the stones. When I return to the upper realm, I'll definitely make those who once plotted against me pay a painful price for what they've done. At the thought of this, Han Yu's face turned frosty and her mood became worse. The temperature around her dropped by several degrees, and the crowd also vaguely noticed that something was wrong. Don't tell me that she's angry because we hit the nail on the head. We've better be quiet. The old man saw that the situation was getting worse, so he couldn't help but say, "You all have misunderstood. The sect is still in its initial stages of construction, and there are still many things to be done. That's why we need to gather resources, and thus we're introducing the Spirit Stone donation system." Even so, the crowd still found it hard to believe. Han Yu didn't want to waste any more time with this group of people. "Let's go. Staying here is a waste of my time. If I had known earlier, I would have gone to a more prosperous town. The people there wouldn't care about these spirit stones." Just as Han Yu was about to leave, a man's voice suddenly sounded. "I'm paying 50,000 spirit stones, which table can I sit at?" Everyone, including Han Yu, was stunned. Someone was really willing to hand the spirit stones over, and it was doubled. In Qingcheng, 5,000 spiritual stones were enough to feed an ordinary family for a few years. What kind of concept was 50,000 spiritual stones? There was actually such a fool in the world. Yi Zan walked out of the crowd. Seeing that he wasn't well dressed, his clothes were very ordinary, and his cultivation wasn't high, the crowd obviously didn't believe him. "Stop bragging, kid. 50,000 spiritual stones? It's already good enough that you can take out 50 spiritual stones. 50,000 spiritual stones? Bah." Under everyone's suspicious gazes, Yi Zan walked towards the carriage. The spirit stones immediately piled up into a small mountain, almost blinding everyone's eyes. They didn't expect that getting a slap in the face would come so quickly. The people who said this earlier wished they could find a hole in the ground to hide in. Looking at their dumbfounded expressions, Yi Zan wanted to use this method in effect to shock everyone. After all, squandering required a high profile. What's the point to be prodigal if there were no spectators? The old man hurried over to take a look. There were definitely 50,000 spiritual stones, and even more than that. The way he looked at Yi Zan suddenly changed. This man could actually take out more than 50,000 spiritual stones so easily, which showed that he was definitely not an ordinary person. Everyone's expression became extremely strange, complicated, surprised, and incredulous. This person must be crazy. He had too much money and no place to spend it. Who is he? He actually took out 50,000 spiritual stones without even blinking. He must have a mine at home. Which clan's prodigal is he? I'm afraid that one cannot afford to spend like this even though one has a gold mine. Everyone's eyes were either filled with envy or jealousy, and they all spoke in various ways, but none of these affected Yi Zan. At this moment, he could be said to be the focus of everyone's attention. Even Han Yu couldn't help but be attracted by the scene. To be more precise, she was attracted by the pile of spirit stones. It was as if the fairy of the Moon Palace had finally been affected by feelings and emotions in the mortal world. Even her eyes seemed to be bright, and they were no longer as aloof and unapproachable as before. She said directly, "You're the distinguished guest. Sit at the elder's table." Hearing this, everyone gasped. This guy was actually directly promoted from a disciple to an elder. Money talks. It seems that this is true. As long as you have spirit stones, there is nothing you can't buy. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. They didn't know whether to say that Yi Zan was too rich or that the position of elder of Taiching sect was a bit too casual. However, All is fair for Yi Zan and the sect. They had no position to say anything. Yi Zan's cultivation wasn't high, but he had so many spirit stones with him. In addition to his behavior, the only thing left that he didn't do was to write the words, "cash cow," on his face. Just as everyone's thoughts were wavering, Yi Zan felt that it wasn't enough and dropped another bombshell. What if it's 500,000 spirit stones? 500,000. They didn't even dare to think about what kind of price it was. Everyone's eyes were wide open. It was clearly a busy street, but the scene was terrifyingly quiet. Everyone's expression was the same, and time seemed to be frozen in this place. The mocking words were stuck in their mouths. Thinking back to Yi Zan's behavior just now, it made them lose face and no one dared to say anything even though they didn't believe it. Even Han Yu and the old man lost their composure, but Han Yu reacted quickly and said, "If you can really take out 500,000 spiritual stones, you will be the next Sect Master." Sect Master? This kid is only a level 2 human realm cultivator, the old man beside her couldn't help but say. Han Yu's face was expressionless. She looked otherworldly, but the words she said were very different from her looking. If he can take out so many spirit stones, I'll even say the same to a mortal who hasn't even drawn chi into his or her body, let alone someone at human realm. However, if this kid is joking or lying to me, Han Yu's eyes were extremely cold. I will make him regret being here. Everyone was in an uproar. 500,000 for a sect master. The crowd didn't know whether they should pay attention Yi Zan's ability to spend 500,000 or the fact that he could obtain the sect master position easily. There were too many things to complain about, and they simply didn't know where to start. Yi Zan revealed a mysterious smile and handed over the space ring on his hand. The old man slowly took it, and his hands seemed to be trembling. When he saw the spirit stones inside, his breathing became irregular. He didn't say anything. He just bowed and nodded to Han Yu. The smile on Han Yu's face became more and more brilliant. Everyone swallowed their saliva, looked at the old man, and then looked at Yi Zan, although he didn't say anything. But Yi Zan and Han Yu's attitude already explained everything. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Yi Zan's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the newbie mission. Consume 1 million spirit stones. You are rewarded with a newbie gift pack. Han Yu told Yi Zan to rest for a while and that she would take him back to the sect after the matter here was over. After bidding farewell to Han Yu and the others, Yi Zan rested in Zui Xian Inn. Zui Xian Inn was the largest inn in Qingsheng, and the owner was quite powerful. In addition to the patrol guards in the town, the laws also were strict. Therefore, there was no need to worry about anyone having evil intentions. Moreover, everyone thought that Yi Zan had taken out all his assets and was left with nothing. After all, he had spent so many spirit stones, so he probably didn't have many on him now. Back in his room, Yi Zan told Uncle Sun not to be disturbed by anyone. Then, he locked himself in his room and opened the panel to check the situation. Name: Yi Zan, a name not to be underestimated in the fantasy world. Age: 20. Fortunately, you still have time to work hard. Stage: Level 2 Human Realm, created by heavenly and earthly treasures. Physique: trash, the worst trash in the world. Cultivation technique: none. Work hard, young man. The more you squander, the more you'll have. Item: newbie gift pack. Good luck, young man. You'll get everything if you squander more. Prodigal points: 500. You have taken a small step forward. Continue to work hard. There was basically no change, except only the newbie gift pack and prodigal points were enough for Yi Zan to make profit. I didn't expect to get so many prodigal points after completing the task. If a few more come, wouldn't it be too much? For a moment, Yi Zan was overwhelmed by excitement. System: are there any more missions? Hurry up and arrange 100 or 80 for me. However, the system ruthlessly poured cold water on him. The mission is randomly issued. There is no penalty for failure for a newbie's mission. However, there will be a penalty for failure in future missions, and prodigal points will be deducted according to the situation. Please take note. Then how can I obtain the highest prodigal value in the shortest time? The system has no comment. Please explore on your own, host. Yi Zan wasn't surprised to receive the system's answer. If it was so easy to obtain, then there would be no difficulty. The system would definitely not allow such a loophole to exist. Open the newbie gift pack. I wonder what's inside. Yi Zan had also learned to be careful. It seemed that he had to be careful when he took on missions in the future and had to act within his means. If he took on everything, his prodigal points would be deducted if he couldn't complete the missions. Wouldn't that be too much of a loss? Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Meridian and Marrow Cleansing. Would you like to start now? Meridian and Marrow Cleansing. It sounded great, but Yi Zan was a little worried. If we cause too much of a commotion, will we be discovered? No, I need to find a place with less people. Yi Zan was in disguise. Fortunately, he had secretly taken a few treasures when he left the Yi clan. One of which was a jade pendant that could hide his aura and had a defensive function. Without attracting anyone's attention, Yi Zan came to the back of the mountain of Qingcheng. Most of the resources were located halfway up the mountain or in the east. Although there was a lot of vegetation in the back mountain, there was nothing good. Therefore, there were very few people who came. After making sure that there was no one around, Yi Zan was finally relieved. System, start the Meridian and Marrow Cleansing now. The moment he finished speaking, a golden light enveloped Yi Zan's body. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged, and the spiritual energy within 100 miles suddenly began to riot. Then, as if the energy had gone crazy, it rushed into his body. On a cliff in the east, a group of people suddenly stopped. What's wrong with the spiritual energy? They could feel the spiritual energy suddenly dissipating. To be more precise, it was surging toward a certain place. When they looked over, they found that it was surging to the direction of the back mountain. The purple clouds in the sky were brilliant. This was a rare color, as if the fortune was coming. This strange scene made them suddenly stunned. What happened in the back mountain? Could it be that a rare treasure has appeared? They didn't know what to say and decided to go and take a look. At this moment, Yi Zan was suffering unimaginable pain. He could clearly feel the spiritual energy crazily washing all over his body and flowing through his meridians. The immense pain almost made him scream. The trashy system didn't even tell him that Meridian and Marrow Cleansing was actually so painful and he wasn't prepared for it. His face was pale, and the wrinkles between his brows were so deep that they could almost squeeze a word, die. Large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his back had long been drenched in cold sweat. He looked as if he had just been fished out of the water, and he was in a very sorry state. If Yi Zan could look inside, he would find that the meridians in his body, which were originally the size of a strand of hair, had been widened in an instant. Furthermore, they were expanding outward at an extremely terrifying speed. In the end, they were even comparable to large rivers. The spiritual power in the blood was constantly being extracted and purified, leaving a light golden liquid that flowed along the blood to the Beihui acupoint, Tianqi acupoint, Qijing acupoint, and the other major acupoints. In wuxia terms, his 8 extra meridians had all been opened. In the fantasy world, he had reached the level of a celestial being. After the intense pain passed, a warm current slowly flowed through. Yi Zan's brows finally relaxed. He felt as if he was soaking in a hot spring. All the pores on his body opened, and it was extremely comfortable. What did it mean by heaven and hell was only within a flash of thought. Yi Tian finally understood what was going on with this operation, and his bones almost fell apart. He slowly opened his eyes, and there was a faint golden light that flashed past. He felt unprecedentedly comfortable and relaxed. His body was as light as a swallow, and he even felt as if he was about to ascend to the heaven. Is this the benefit of Meridian and Marrow Cleansing? It's indeed extraordinary. Yi Zan couldn't help but sigh. It was really good, but the pain just now was also extreme. He had almost fainted. If it wasn't for his strong willpower, he would have already passed out. However, the benefits he obtained were also huge. He felt full of strength. Maybe it can even wash away my useless spirit root and replace it with a more powerful spirit root, such as a lightning spirit root, which is not bad. Yi Zan's lips curled into a smile as he thought about it happily. He wanted to see his spirit root, but in the next second, his smile froze at the corner of his mouth, and he couldn't help but curse. Reality bit. Where did my big spirit root go? System, hurry up and explain. The system is unable to explain. Please explore on your own, host. The veins on Yi Zan's forehead bulged. For a moment, he really wanted to pull the system out of his mind and beat it up. The system probably sensed his extreme emotions and quickly tried to salvage the situation. Don't worry, host. It's a good thing that you don't have a spirit root now. Have you ever heard of the saying, creating something out of nothing? No, Yi Zan replied expressionlessly. Anyway, the system won't cheat you. After saying this, the system pretended to be dead and went offline. No matter how Yi Zan shouted, there was no response. Forget it, so be it if he didn't have a spirit root. Under normal circumstances, without a spirit root meant that he had no fate with cultivation. He couldn't sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and he couldn't draw spiritual energy into his body. However, the key was that even though Yi Zan had a useless spirit root before, he had already drawn in spiritual energy. Although level 2 of human realm was a little low, it was still a grade. Therefore, the current situation was a little strange. Even he himself was not sure what was going on. However, the more amazing thing was that ordinary people could only open up a few acupoints at most, while cultivators could only open up around 20 to 30 acupoints according to their cultivation levels and realms. Even the top powerhouse could only open up slightly more than 50 acupoints. Yi Zan had opened more than 70 of them. It could be said that he himself was a huge container. As the saying went, the sea contains all rivers, and the greatness contains everything. Others were like streams and rivers, but Yi Zan had the entire ocean. They were on completely different levels. It was enough to crush all the heroes, and the starting line was many times stronger than others. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was standing at the top and looked down on all living beings. This meant that he could accommodate any power and physique. In the future cultivation path, he could be said to be the kind that could draw inferences and understand everything with one point. He could be said to be a genius among geniuses, an extremely abnormal talent. For a moment, Yi Zan didn't know whether this was good or bad. The key was that he didn't even have spiritual energy, so it was useless even though he had opened up so many acupoints. Yi Zan seemed to have thought of something and squeezed out a sentence from his mouth through gritted teeth. If I'm not wrong, every time I level up, the spiritual energy in these acupuncture points should also be filled up. There are so many acupuncture points. How long will it take if I were to fill all of them up with spiritual energy? Then I'll have to stay in level 2 of human realm for the rest of my life. System, come out. I promise that I won't hit you. After Yi Zan's repeated greetings, the system, which had played dead and gone offline, finally appeared. This is your good fortune. Many people have tried their best and even risked their lives to open up these acupuncture points. Now that you've opened up so many in one go, it's something that others can't even ask for. You should be secretly happy. If I pass the fortune to you, do you want it? Yi Zan took a deep breath and barely managed to calm down. He originally thought that he would be able to get a supreme grade celestial spirit root after the Meridian and marrow cleansing. But in the end, even the original useless spirit root was gone. Yi Zan cursed. Then tell me, where can I get the spiritual energy needed for so many acupuncture points? The system store is at your service. You can use your prodigal points to exchange for items in the mall. You can also use your prodigal points to increase your level. Yi Zan laughed coldly. So the trick was here. He knew that there was no such good thing in the world. Random mission. Consume 100,000 night luminescent pearls. Rare treasure, night luminescent pearl, contains a large amount of spiritual energy. Mission success reward. 500 prodigal points. Mission failure. Randomly deduct prodigal points. Mission time limit, 3 days. Do you want to accept the mission? Did he still have a choice? If he didn't want to stay at the level 2 human realm for the rest of his life, he had to earn a lot of money. Yes, Yi Zan said without hesitation, I accept. It really was the black-hearted system. Yi Zan put on the jade pendant that concealed his aura and quietly returned to the inn. However, not long after he left, a group of people came up behind him. Even though he had already walked far away, the powerful aura he left behind had not dissipated. It was as if a peerless expert was meditating and cultivating here. Everyone could not help but be shocked. What kind of person is he? Just his aura alone is enough to make us fear. I wonder who the real person is. Fortunately, he has already left. If he had seen us intruding, he would definitely be furious. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but feel lucky that the expert had already gone far away. There's actually such a person in Qingcheng, and we didn't even notice him before. It seems like he's hiding his aura. We have to be careful. We can't be too brash in case we offend others. If these people knew that the master that they feared of and respected was only a level 2 human realm cultivator, what would they think? Hey, did you hear that someone spent 500,000 spirit stones to enter Tai Ching Sect? Tai Ching Sect? What is that? I've never heard of it. It's a new sect that was established half a month ago. The sect master is both good-looking and powerful. She hosts a banquet at Zui Xian Inn to accept disciples today. 50 spirit stones is the entry condition. 500,000 spirit stones. Are you sure? Which cash cow is this? I'm afraid that he can even get into a high-level sect with this price. That's right. Who knows what these rich people are thinking? Soon, the news about the 500,000 spirit stones spread throughout the entire Qingcheng, and everyone in the streets was talking about it. Yi Zan was even more careful when he went out, for fear of being recognized. After all, it wasn't a good thing to be too famous. When Han Yu met Yi Zan again, she frowned slightly. She felt that he had changed a little, but she couldn't tell what exactly it was. Didn't you have a crippled spirit root before? Why is it that the spirit root is gone now? Han Yu was shocked. She used her divine sense to confirm repeatedly and was sure that Yi Zan's spirit root had disappeared. Yi Zan only felt a cold aura surrounding him. He wasn't worried that Han Yu would see anything wrong. The jade pendant that covered his aura could also cover the existence of acupoints in his body. If people were to find out that he had opened up so many acupoints, it would definitely set off a turmoil in the entire continent, or it would be the scheme of other people with ulterior motives. He didn't want to get into any unnecessary trouble. I wanted to improve my strength previously, so I ate a lot of heavenly and earthly treasures and elixirs. But I don't know how I became like this. Yi Zan revealed a distressed expression and told her the excuse that he had prepared. There were actually a person who ate random things and lost his spirit roots. Han Yu had first learned about this. But there were more rare things than this in the upper realm, so she was not surprised. Forget it. If you don't have it, then so be it. At most, I'll just create a new spirit root for you in the future. Han Yu said it lightly, but she had forgotten that this was the lower realm. Creating the spirit root was not something that ordinary people could easily do. So far, Yi Zan had never heard of anything about creating spirit roots. Besides, Han Yu's reaction to his lack of spirit roots was too calm. Her identity must not be simple. Yi Zan didn't reveal her. Thank you, Sect Master. However, I'm afraid it'll be a little difficult for you to become the Sect Master since you don't have a spirit root. In any case, Yi Zan's ambition wasn't to become a Sect Master. He spent the money only to complete the mission, so he deliberately said that before this. After all, it was too troublesome to be the Sect Master, as he had to manage the entire sect. I'm not interested in the position of Sect Master. I'll just be an idle elder. Han Yu was a little surprised. She didn't expect that this man would spend so many spirit stones just for the position of an idle elder. She was more pleased with this kind of person who spent money quickly and was sensible. All right, I'll bring you to meet the other people in the sect. We'll also go and choose a spiritual mountain today to officially establish the sect. You're also considered a senior figure in our Tai Ching sect. Yi Zan was a little speechless. It turned out that the sect had not even been established yet, and it was just an empty name. Han Yu was actually empty-handed in Zui Xian Inn. For a moment, he felt as if he had been led astray. Han Yu seemed to have read his mind. Although our sect has not been officially established, we still have what we should have. You'll know later. Yi Zan looked at the row of more than 20 people in front of him with a skeptical attitude, and an unlikely guess appeared in his heart. Don't tell me. These are the elders of our Tai Ching sect. Come and meet them. It was really as he thought. Did this group of people all pay spirit stones to enter? He thought of Han Yu's disciple recruitment banquet at Zui Xian Inn, although he was the only one who handed over the spirit stones in the end. However, just this one person was already comparable to thousands. He had already obtained 500,000 spirit stones. Why would Han Yu care about a few hundred or a few thousand? Therefore, Han Yu didn't stay any longer. Anyway, Yi Zan alone was enough for her capital. Seeing that Han Yu had led others in person, everyone couldn't help but feel a sense of danger. Their eyes landed on Yi Zan like a radar and found that he was only at level 2 of human realm. Their expressions suddenly changed, and even their eyes were filled with inexplicable sarcasm. It seemed like he had also spent a large amount of spirit stones. Who would have thought that Han Yu's words would make everyone dumbfounded? From now on, Yi Zan will be the person with the second highest status in Tai Ching sect after me. The others couldn't stand still anymore. All of them had a higher cultivation level than Yi Zan. Now, a level 2 human realm cultivator had climbed to the top, and he was just a kid. Originally, Great Elder Shen Hai was the most likely candidate to inherit the position of the sect master. Yi Zan's arrival not only threatened his position, but also weakened his power. Shen Hai's eyes darkened. He would never allow this to happen. However, he was a scheming person. Even if he was dissatisfied, he would not say it out loud. He turned his eyes and immediately looked at the 18th elder. He was an extremely young man with a jade-like face. He looked extraordinarily handsome, and his eyes were fixed on Han Yu as if he had lost his soul. He was wearing a purple and gold robe, and even the hidden pattern on his chest was mixed with gold thread. There were embroidered patterns of auspicious clouds and dragons, and also a jade pendant at his waist. Any one of them was a good magic weapon, enough to show that his family background was extraordinary. The 18th elder was the only child of the Xie clan. His family background was indeed not bad. He had also relied on donating a sum of spirit stones to become an elder. However, he had other intentions in becoming an elder. When he first saw Han Yu, he was so shocked that he wanted to pursue her, hoping that she could become his dual cultivation partner. It was a pity that it was an unrequited love. Han Yu was only thinking about her revenge and did not care about these worldly affairs, so she did not take it to heart. Also, this group of people from the lower realm was not worthy of her, so she did not take Xie Yixuan to heart. Even so, Xie Yixuan did not give up and tried to get close to her. Shen Hai's eyes turned and he already had some ideas in his heart. He walked to Xie Yixuan's side and said softly, "Elder Xie, I really feel sorry for you." Xie Yixuan glanced at him. He had only known Shen Hai for a short time and had not interacted much with him. He was a little confused. "Why do you feel sorry for me? You and the sect master are a perfect match, and your family background is so extraordinary. I think you are the most worthy of the sect master. I have high hopes for you too." Hearing this, Xie Yixuan's face was filled with pride, and even his tone became much friendlier. "First elder, what are you saying?" But, Shen Hai looked at Xie Yixuan and helplessly said, "Didn't you notice that the sect master treats this kid very differently? She actually brought him here personally and even emphasized on his status and identity." Xie Yixuan sneered, "He's not worthy. He's only at level 2 of human realm. The sect leader would only be interested in him if she's not blind." He didn't take Yi Zan seriously. Such a person wasn't worthy of being his competitor. Shen Hai sighed, "Maybe he's not worthy, but the sect master has eyes for him. Have you and I ever been treated like this?" These words somehow did make some sense. Xie Yixuan's expression gradually turned cold, and he could not help but feel a sense of crisis in his heart. Seeing that the fish was now on the hook, Shen Hai's lips slowly curled up and he continued to adding the trimmings. "You see, if this brat's tongue is glib some more, wouldn't an otherworldly woman like sect master be easily deceived by him?" Before he could finish her sentence, Xie Yixuan interrupted him through gritted teeth. "He wouldn't dare." "Thank you for your kind reminder, great elder." Looking at Xie Yixuan's appearance, Shen Hai knew that his plan had succeeded. He didn't need to do anything, and someone would naturally settle Yi Zan. At this moment, everyone was gathered together. It looked harmonious on the surface, but there were undercurrents surging in reality. Yi Zan could feel an extremely cold gaze. He turned around and found that it was a young man about his age. Han Yu seemed to have introduced him as the 18th elder. Xie Yixuan snorted coldly when he saw Yi Zan looking at him. He was obviously not pleased. Yi Zan felt a little strange. He didn't know how he had offended this person, but he didn't take it to heart. After all, there were so many people present, and they were all extremely unconvinced of his sudden appearance. "I've gathered all of you here today to choose a mountain for our sect. I wonder if anyone has any suggestions." The ancient map slowly unfolded in front of everyone, and they saw a few places circled in red. They were Cloud Waterfall, Hidden Mist Forest, Xixia Mountain Range, and Wu Ling Yuan. These places have more abundant spiritual energy. They're suitable for the establishment of a sect. How about the Cloud Waterfall? There are very few demonic beasts there. If the sect is built there, it can avoid attacks from demonic beasts. As soon as the second elder opened his mouth, the third elder objected, "But the Cloud Waterfall is very steep, and it's very inconvenient to get in and out. If it's a disciple who can't ride a flying sword, it's impossible to get over. I think it's better to go to Wu Ling Yuan." The fifth elder hesitated and said, "But there are already a few sects around Wu Ling Yuan. The resources have been divided up. The competition is too intense. We have just been established, and we can't compete with them. What if someone comes to find trouble with us?" The fourth elder's expression was cold as he said domineeringly, "I'll beat up as many as they come. Whenever a new sect is established, people will come and find trouble. If you're afraid, why establish a sect? You might as well go home and farm." His words seemed to be mocking the fifth elder's cowardice. Fifth elder's expression changed slightly. What do you mean by that? Then tell me, which place should we choose? Why don't we choose Hidden Mist Forest? The fifth elder said without hesitation. There are many resources there, and there is no sect there. Everyone looked at him as if they were looking at a monster. There are many resources there, but there is no sect. Why don't you think about why? Who didn't know that Hidden Mist Forest was filled with fog all year round? Moreover, the ancient trees inside were intertwined with each other. The trees covered the sky and the sun. It was like a maze, so it was easy to get lost in it. It was said that many people would disappear every year, which gave it the name, Hidden Mist. I think you're going to make the disciples of Tai Ching's sect as dinner for the demonic beasts in the forest. The food has already been delivered to the door, so how can they not eat? The second elder said sarcastically. Everyone's faces were red, and they were on the verge of fighting. Everyone had their own opinions, and no one could convince the other. Everyone hoped to choose a place they liked as the sect's address. Only Yi Zhan was the quietest among them and didn't express his opinion. Elder Yi, what do you think? As soon as these words came out, the entire place fell silent. More than a dozen pairs of eyes fell on Yi Zhan at the same time, with their eager gazes. Yi Zhan's mind was wandering, thinking about how to complete the task and earn prodigal points. He didn't expect Han Yu to suddenly call his name. I don't have any opinion. Which one do you think is a better position? Yi Zhan didn't think too much and pointed casually, let's do it here. He was referring to Xixiao mountain range. There were mountains and trees here, and part of the terrain was flat. There were not many sects in the surrounding area too, so it was a suitable location for a sect. The only drawback was that there were often demon beasts going out nearby. Xixiao mountain range then, Han Yu said after some thought. No one had thought that Yi Zhan's suggestion would become Han Yu's final decision. Sect Master, the sect's location is not a child's play. You must be extremely careful. Although Xixiao mountain range is good, there are many demonic beasts there. It's not suitable to establish a sect there. Han Yu didn't think much of it, it's just demonic beasts. They are also found in other places. Seeing that everyone was about to say something, she continued, I've already made up my mind, there's no need to say more. A powerful pressure was released. After all, Han Yu was the sect leader. It was not easy to change her mind, so they didn't need to say more. Everyone looked at Yi Zhan secretly. They didn't expect him to have such a great influence on Han Yu. After all, it was just a casual sentence. Xie Yixuan, in particular, was so jealous that the fire in his eyes was about to solidify. At this moment, he could no longer hold back and said, Sect Master, how many spirit stones did this kid pay? I'll double it and get him out of Tai Ching's sect immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's expressions changed. Although they were all dissatisfied with Yi Zhan, he was still someone brought here by Han Yu, so they couldn't easily flare up. Xie Yixuan was different. He would do anything to pursue Han Yu. Now that he saw Yi Zhan, who appeared out of nowhere, seemed to have a lot of weight. Coupled with Shen Hai's ridicule, how could he bear it? You're just a level 2 human realm and you dare to point your fingers here? You have no position to speak. Xie Yixuan glanced at Yi Zhan but did not see Han Yu's strange expression. Yi Zhan almost laughed when he heard this, but he held back his laughter and said, if you can give me double the amount, I'll leave. His pause seemed to be meaningful. I'm just afraid that you don't have that many spirit stones. Xie Yixuan looked as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Why don't you go and find out what kind of place the Xie clan is? Let alone 10,000 spirit stones. I can even take out 100,000 spirit stones? This was not an exaggeration. As the only child of the Xie clan, Xie Yixuan was also the most talented person in his generation. It could be said that the Xie clan extremely doted on him and poured all their resources on him. However, if he knew about the incident at Zui Xian Inn, he would definitely regret saying such words. What if it's 1,000,000 spirit stones? Xie Yixuan blurted out, 1,000,000 spirit stones also. Then he looked angry, thinking that Yi Zhan was making fun of him. I'm afraid that you're crazy. How can you have so many spirit stones? You don't even know how to make a draft when you're bragging. Judging from your poor appearance, I'm afraid that you don't even have 10,000 spirit stones. One must know that Xie Yixuan had spent a lot of money just to get a smile from the beauty. He had only spent 10,000 spiritual stones to enter Tai Ching's sect, but this was already an existence that the other elders looked up to. I spent 500,000 spirit stones, Yi Zhan said expressionlessly, doubling it as 1,000,000 spirit stones. Xie Yixuan would never believe that Yi Zhan had so many spirit stones. After all, Yi Zhan looked ordinary and his cultivation was pitifully low. When the other elders heard this, they all looked as if he had gone mad. Why would someone offer 500,000 spirit stones just to enter a newly established sect? At this price, even those big sects would have to respectfully welcome Yi Zhan in. Wherever he went, he would be treated like an ancestor. What kind of daydream are you having? The sixth elder said sarcastically, if you can really take out so many spirit stones, I can even eat the soil on the ground. Everyone thought Yi Zhan was joking, and their mocking and disdainful eyes fell on him. This kid is talking nonsense. There's no truth in his words. Yi Zhan's expression was indifferent. Whether it's true or not, you can just ask the sect master. Han Yu's mouth curved slightly, and she looked like she was watching a good show. When she saw everyone's eyes on her, she said lightly, that's right. He did spend 500,000 spirit stones. It was as if everyone's throats were stuck, and they couldn't make a sound. At this moment, it was so quiet that even the sound of a needle falling on the ground could be heard. 500,000 spirit stones. There were actually people who had so much money and nowhere to spend it. It wasn't that the Xie clan couldn't afford it, but it would cost them almost all of their savings, as well as the businesses they had outside. It could be said that the entire Xie clan would have to be emptied. Yi Zhan and Han Yu were neither relatives nor friends, so it was impossible for her to lie for him. At this moment, everyone finally knew why Yi Zhan, who was only at human realm, could get such treatment from Han Yu and even had a status above everyone else. Yi Zhan came to Xie Yixuan, 1 million spirit stones and I'll leave immediately. Xie Yixuan's face turned green and red, not sure if it was from anger or embarrassment. He had wanted to start with money, which he was best at, but he was slapped in the face. I don't think you have that amount either. Yi Zhan's sarcasm made Xie Yixuan so angry that he couldn't even speak, especially in front of Han Yu. He wanted to find a hole in the ground and hide in it. The elder who had threatened to eat soil silently retreated to the back of the crowd. And the one who said he wanted to eat soil, stop hiding. I can see you. Hurry up. The soil is still fresh. The elder stopped retreating on the spot. At this moment, he didn't know whether to advance or retreat. It was as if he was placed on top of a pot of oil. He regretted his previous interruption. Yi Zhan just stood there calmly. He was clearly only at human realm, but he had the aura of heaven realm. It was probably because of the 500,000 spirit stones. Han Yu didn't expect Yi Zhan to have such courage. She looked at him differently. All right, then it's settled. Xixia Mountain Range will be the address of my Taiching sect. Looking at Yi Zhan's back as he walked away, the elders' faces were ugly. The fifth elder had a bad temper, so he couldn't hold it in any longer and flicked his sleeve to release his spiritual energy. With a loud boom, the rock that was half the height of a man shattered. Seeing that no one said anything, he sneered, you guys are able to tolerate it, but I can, So what if it's 500,000 spirit stones? How could we let this brat go over our heads? He's only at human realm. How great is he? The sixth elder glanced at him. What else do you have in mind then? If you have the ability, throw 500,000 at him and get him to scram. Even Xie Yixuan, who had the most outstanding financial resources among them, could not do it. For a moment, everyone was silent. Who is this kid? He can casually take out 500,000 spirit stones. He must have an extraordinary background. Could it be that he is a disciple of some super reclusive clans? Is he deliberately hiding his identity and cultivation? If Yi Zhan was really given such an identity, wouldn't everyone be drawn to him in the future? Then it would be difficult to pull him down. Shen Hai's eyes darkened, and he said casually, I don't think so. His cultivation is really at level 2 of human realm. He's not trying to hide his aura. The third elder thought that what he said made sense. Since the great elder has said so, there must be no problem. If his identity is really extraordinary, how could he be only at human realm? I don't care about his identity or background. I just don't feel comfortable with such a young kid at a position above me. The sect master might fall for his tricks, but we won't. Shen Hai continued adding trimmings and pretended to sigh. If outsiders find out, they'll laugh at us for being useless. As expected, the other elders' faces turned even uglier. Well said. He's just a nobody. We were of course listening to you, great elder. So what do you think we should do now? Shen Hai didn't want to be the one to stand out, so he pretended to be aggrieved. But the sect master has already decided. What can we do? We can only follow her orders. Xie Yixuan's expression was cold. It was obvious that he hated Yi Zhan for what had happened just now. We have so many people. Can't we manage to deal with him? Let's find an opportunity to drive him away. He seemed to have thought of something. I think the opening ceremony is a good opportunity. When the others heard this, they immediately revealed curious expressions. Could it be that Elder Xie has a plan? When the time comes, I'll find the most precious treasure and give it to the sect master. He has already spent 500,000 spirit stones. I don't believe that he can come up with anything good. Xie Yixuan's gaze fell on the void, full of determination. He had already been suppressed by Yi Zhan just now. This time, he would not let Yi Zhan be so proud again. Seeing that he was so confident, Shen Hai was immediately relieved. Thanks, Elder, for your help. The sky was dark blue, and cloudy mist was everywhere. It looked vast everywhere. The trees that covered the sky seemed to be the most primitive forest. This was Xixia mountain range. It was currently sunset, and the sky was red. Hidden at the peak of the mountain range, the red sun slowly set. It moved down the mountain range and the moon appeared, revealing an unspeakable mystery and atmosphere. This was the origin of the name, Xixia. Han Yu gathered the people and finally chose a spiritual mountain in Xixia mountain range to establish a sect. She was floating in the air. With a wave of her hand, the clouds in the sky became the background. They were even incomparable to the blush on her snow-white cheeks. Everyone, especially Xie Yixuan, was a little dazed. A bright divine light bloomed from her hands. Her clothes and hair fluttered in the wind, making her look like a fairy from the ninth heaven who had fallen to the mortal world. Her body exuded an inviolable aura as if she could leave with the wind in the next second. The white light immediately enveloped the mountain like a long dragon, stretching for 100 miles. It whistled past, stirring up the wind and clouds. In an instant, the earth shook and the mountain trembled, startling countless birds to circle in the sky. At the same time, countless beasts fled in all directions. No one knew what had happened. Only the demonic beasts felt the aura of the powerful cultivators and found a place to hide. The fingers against the verdant mountain peak looked more slender and long. Yi Zhan couldn't help but be amazed by Han Yu's white and slim fingers. Han Yu casually pointed her finger like an immortal showing the way. Countless mountain rocks collapsed and the big trees that covered the sky were cut in half. The rumbling sound was deafening. It was a spectacular scene. Han Yu softly said, "Please help me, elders." Shen Hai, Xie Yixuan, the second elder, and the other elders all made their moves. All kinds of spiritual power burst out from their fingertips. Only then did Yi Zhan notice that most of these elders had cultivation. Some of their cultivation was not bad, which made him seem a little out of place. Xie Yixuan said sarcastically, "Elder Yi, please stay away from us. If these rocks fall on you, it will be our careless mistake." He sounded like Yi Zhan was a glass doll, the kind that would be injured with a touch. Looking at a man who was crippled to this extent, the other elders immediately revealed mischievous looks. Yi Zhan replied indifferently, "Elder Xie doesn't look that old, but why are your eyes so blurry? You can't even control your strength accurately. If you're really powerful, why would these rocks fly all over the place?" Xie Yixuan was speechless. They were clearly the ones who contributed. Yi Zhan was just standing by and watching, yet he looked like he was superior. "What abilities do you have? You're only a level 2 human realm cultivator, but you're still giving orders." Yi Zhan retorted, "I'm sorry, but I have a lot of money." When the sky gradually darkened, it seemed to have been burned by a fire. The red clouds became darker and darker, and the green mountains in the daytime were also dyed with a thick ink-like luster. The spiritual mountain that Han Yu and the others had chosen was almost cleaned up. The white mountain protecting formation shimmered faintly in the night like a bright pearl embedded in the mountains, ravishing and dazzling. That's all for today. From now on, this place will be the address of our Tai Ching sect. After Han Yu surveyed Xixia mountain range, she divided a small area to be used as the spiritual mountain. She only set up a simple mountain protecting formation and drove away the demonic beasts inside. Establishing a sect was a major event. They could not complete it overnight. Today was only the beginning, and there was still a long way to go. Moreover, there was nothing in the sect. It was only a shell now. It could be said that the road of cultivation was long and far. All of you here will be the senior figures of Tai Ching sect in the future. In the future, we will grow together and carry forward Tai Ching sect. There will be no lack of benefits for you till then." Han Yu's tone was flat, without any fluctuations. Perhaps her personality was just so cold that only spirit stones could move her. However, just her face alone was quite sufficient to attract everyone. I will obey Sect Master's instructions, Han Yu said profoundly. At the beginning of the sect, the contribution points of each elder are calculated according to the degree of individual contribution. Please do your best and work together to carry forward our Tai Ching sect. Don't worry, Sect Master, the crowd replied in unison. After Han Yu left, almost all the elders left together. Yi Zhan seemed to have been forgotten. He was alone, looking out of place. However, he didn't care about this kind of thing. This group of people deliberately wanted to isolate him. He didn't have the mood to fawn over them since he was given the cold shoulder. Looking at Yi Zhan's back as he left, everyone looked at each other. What do you all think of the Sect Master's words just now? Xie Yixuan's eyes were cold. When the time comes, everyone must take something good out. Don't let others look down on us. Everyone knew that he had an ulterior motive. They immediately revealed a tacit smile. Don't worry, Elder Xie. This time, we'll definitely bring out all the good things we have. At that time, Yi Zhan would completely lose his face at the opening ceremony and get out of Tai Ching sect. Xixia mountain range had been particularly lively these few days. The elders who had money contributed money. Those who had the power contributed power. And those who both had no money and power went out to recruit disciples. They had busy days and it could be said that no one was idle. However, there was only one person who appeared and disappeared unpredictably, and that person was Yi Zhan. Xie Yixuan looked at the few people who were walking towards him. They had bronze skin and were dressed in coarse short-sleeved shirts. They were carrying a carrying pole that was covered with black cloth. He did not know what was inside. They did not look like disciples of Tai Ching sect, but more like porters. What are you guys doing? It's your sect's elder Yi who asked me to send something over, the man in the lead said. What was Yi Zhan up to this time? Xie Yixuan frowned slightly. Send something. How come I didn't know about this? The porter smiled, revealing his white teeth. We don't know either. We're just following the orders. Under the scorching sun, the porters were sweating profusely and smelled. Xie Yixuan covered his nose and took a few steps back, with a look of disgust on his face. He had wanted to see what was in the load, but he lost the mood. All right. Hurry up and leave. When he saw the other elders, he couldn't help but complain. What's this Yi Zhan doing? It's fine if he doesn't do anything, but now he's even hiring a porter. What's wrong with him? Does he want to add bricks and tiles to our Tai Ching sect? The second elder was also speechless. That's right. These few days, there were suddenly a lot of strange faces around me. I was puzzled initially, but later I found out that he is the one making a mess. I think he's just here to make things worse. What can these porters do? Everyone chimed in one after another. Their words were all against Yi Zhan. Sect Master, you have to be the judge. This kid is obviously trying to be mysterious and enjoy the fruits of our labor. Han Yu didn't care much about this. With Yi Zhan's 500,000 spirit stones, she didn't care if he didn't do anything. However, she still needed to appease the elders. Everyone has worked hard. I will remember everyone's contribution. As for Elder Yi's matter, everyone can turn a blind eye to it. After all, he has spent so many spirit stones. After saying a few more words of encouragement, Han Yu found an excuse to leave. Sect Master is too biased. That kid only spent slightly more spirit stones than us. What's so good about him? No one dared to blame Han Yu. However, they were even more dissatisfied with Yi Zhan. Xie Yixuan's expression was not too good. One day, the Sect Master will know that the kid is useless. By the way, do you know what's on the carrier's back? Someone asked. The third elder didn't think much of it. I don't think they're of anything good. The group of porters were slovenly dressed, and even their carrying poles were dirty. These elders, who claimed to be of noble status and condescending, were in no mood to check on those things. Everyone, don't be angry. When the sect's grand opening ceremony comes and the sect master sees our gifts, she will naturally be disappointed in that kid. At that time, we'll be able to vent our anger. With this thought in mind, everyone became more and more expectant. Soon, it was the time for the sect opening ceremony. It was reasonable to invite other sects to attend the ceremony. However, most of the buildings in Tai Ching sect had not been repaired except for the main hall. Moreover, they were not familiar with the surrounding sects. Therefore, no outsiders were invited to this ceremony. Only the disciples and elders of Tai Ching sect were invited. Even so, the number of people present was not small. It was at least the size of a small sect. Bong. The melodious sound of the bell drifted in the distance and startled countless birds. The mountain range was endless, and one of the peaks stood out the most. It stood among the clouds and was surrounded by immortal mist. The sun shone on the peak, shining with a supreme purple light. It was as if the good fortune was here. It was mighty and intimidating. At this moment, Han Yu and the others were standing at the highest point of the spiritual mountain. She was at the head of the group, like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. The clouds and smoke were faint, which made her face even more otherworldly, like a celestial being. She made people feel awe. Even the others were overjoyed when they saw the beautiful scene in front of them. The sea of clouds churned. The fog surged like a whale swallowing its prey, and the spiritual energy here was extremely pure. The gods are blessing our Tai Ching sect, the third elder complimented. They bestow the auspicious signs at our grand ceremony. Even Han Yu, who had always been cold, could not help but smile slightly when she heard this. Thank you, third elder, for your kind words. She looked around and realized that someone was missing. Why is Elder Yi not here yet? Everyone's expressions change. The fourth elder frowned and immediately launched an attack. What's wrong with Elder Yi? How can he be late for such an important occasion? Isn't he looking down on the sect master too much? The fifth elder said hypocritically, perhaps something happened on the way and he was delayed. Xie Yixuan added calmly, no matter how important the matter is, can it be more important than the sect opening ceremony? He's making all of us to wait for him. This Elder Yi, we had not been seeing him before this. We don't know where he was hiding and slacking off. And now, he is doing such a thing. He is really too arrogant. Hearing the words of the elders, the disciples were in an uproar and kept whispering to each other. Seeing that everyone was complaining, Han Yu had no choice. Then, let's begin. A smile flashed in the elder's eyes. To be late for such a big event, Yi Zhan could play himself to death almost without them doing anything. Do you think he's worried that his gift isn't good enough, so he deliberately didn't show his face? I think it's very possible. At least he knows his place. Being scolded by the sect master is better than losing face in public. There were several processes on the sect opening ceremony. Other than opening the mountain and paying respects to the sect master, the most important part was that the sect master would return the gifts of similar value to the elders' gifts. From this point, one could tell the strength of these elders' family backgrounds. Great Elder has gifted a ginseng fruit. Shen Hai held a tricolored fruit in his hand. It was like a jade, shining with a bright light. The most surprising thing was that the fruit looked like a baby, with its small arms and legs curled up on the tray. Even its facial features were lifelike, as if it would come to life in the next second. Such a strange scene made everyone click their tongues in wonder. It's actually a ginseng fruit. It looks like it's at least 500 years old. It's said that the older it is, the more human-like it looks. Eating it will make one stay young forever and increase one's lifespan. Great Elder is really generous. A 1,000-year-old ginseng fruit can even transform into a human form. Eating it will be of great benefit. However, a 1,000-year-old ginseng fruit is extremely rare. This 500-year-old ginseng fruit is also rare. Hearing everyone's discussion, Shen Hai's expression did not change. However, his eyes were filled with pride. The second elder has gifted 3 supreme-grade Bodhi pills. The 3 green pills exuded a faint and strange fragrance, refreshing one's heart and mind. Just like a cool spring that directly struck one's heart, it actually gave one a feeling of enlightenment. The supreme-grade Bodhi pills should be at least at the 6th grade, right? Second elder is actually so generous to give 3 6th-grade pills. Exactly, the second elder is a very secretive person. To be able to give such a good item at such a critical moment, could he be an alchemist? The second elder heard the crowd's discussion and admitted in front of everyone, that's right, I am indeed an alchemist. I spent a large amount of precious materials to refine these Bodhi pills. I only managed to obtain these few and I'm giving them all to the sect master. Good lord. Although the second elder did not tell explicitly, it was obvious that his alchemy skill was quite high. Otherwise, he would not have been able to refine the supreme-grade Bodhi pill. The third elder presents the 7-colored satin. It was said to be colorful, but what appeared was white satin. Everyone couldn't help but tease, third elder, you're exaggerating. It's completely white. The third elder revealed a mysterious smile, everyone, please take a look. The white satin stood in the air and floated around Han Yu. It was unknown what material it was made of, but it looked extremely ethereal. It was as thin as cicada silk. It reflected a seven-colored light under the sunlight. It was extremely beautiful. There was also faint coldness that matched Han Yu's attribute. Her peerless beautiful face became even more beautiful and charming. It was obvious that she also liked this seven-colored satin. All female cultivators loved beauty, and even Han Yu was no exception. Moreover, this seven-colored satin could be used to attack and defend. Furthermore, the female cultivator's figure was beautiful when she used it, as if she was dancing and was tailor-made for her. One could see the third elder's intention. Although it couldn't be compared to the magic weapons that Han Yu used in the upper realm, it was already one of the best in the lower realm. The fourth elder presents the silver-hearted sky spirit grass. The fifth elder presents the waterproof magic robe. Everyone's gifts had their own unique characteristics. It could be said that each of them had their own merits and were extremely precious and extraordinary. However, Han Yu seemed to be uninterested in everything else other than the seven-colored satin just now. However, she had always been expressionless. No one noticed her emotion. These things are just so-so. Sect Master, this isn't the upper realm after all. If we look at the standard of the lower realm, it's already considered pretty good, the old man beside her consoled. Soon, it was Xie Yixuan's turn. He revealed a determined smile. May I borrow some spirit stones? I've specially found the night luminescent pearl from the East Sea for Sect Master. I've embedded it on the ring to congratulate Sect Master. The bronze ring lay quietly on the tray. The body of the ring was carved with complicated and hollow patterns, which looked particularly exquisite. The most amazing thing was that the shape of the ring was like a flying dragon with the use of an ingenious technique. There was a bright night luminescent pearl embedded in the dragon's mouth. It was shining even during the day. The vast spiritual energy surrounded the dragon's body, making it look extraordinary. The dragon seemed to be alive under the light of the pearl, as if it was about to break free of the ring's shackles and fly into the sky. Although the pearl was small and exquisite, its appearance was extremely perfect. Everyone's eyes widened in wonder. It's full and round, and the spiritual energy is so rare, it can be said to be the best among the night luminescent pearls. Exactly. I've never seen such a pearl before. I'm afraid it will cost a lot of spirit stones. Just based on its appearance, it's hard to find in this world. Even if you have spirit stones, you might not be able to buy it. I'm afraid that you'll have to spend a lot of energy and manpower to get it. Elder Xie is indeed extraordinary. It was said that wearing the pearls from the East Sea could increase one's cultivation. Whether it was used in magic weapons, pills, or formation materials, the pearls were very useful. They could greatly improve the efficacy of the items. Therefore, the night luminescent pearls were extremely precious. The deeper the sea, the higher the quality of the pearls produced. However, there would also be fierce sea beasts guarding them at the same time. It was difficult for ordinary people to approach, let alone pick them. Only powerful cultivators had the ability to do so. However, the sea was different from the land. After entering the water, one's strength would be reduced and it was very dangerous. That was why everyone was so amazed by the night luminescent pearl that Xie Yixuan had given the sect master. Elder Xie must have spent a lot of effort on this night luminescent pearl. Hearing the discussion around him, Xie Yixuan said humbly, "It's not as exaggerated as everyone says." The more nonchalant he was, the more impressed everyone was. "However, I will get whatever the sect master likes, come hell or high water." "Thank you for this gift, Elder. You deserve to be the first. We're truly fortunate today. Thanks to Elder Xie that we're able to see such a top-grade night luminescent pearl. Elder Xie is so rich and generous. I can't even hope to catch up with you." In the midst of the compliments, an untimely male voice suddenly rang out. "Sorry, I'm late." Everyone turned around. It was Yi Zan, who had arrived late. The fourth elder immediately said in a strange tone, "Oh, I was wondering who it was. So it's our busy man, Elder Yi. I thought you wouldn't be coming to the opening ceremony this time." Yi Zan didn't seem to hear the sarcasm in his words. He said calmly, "How could that be? I was just held up by some matters." What could be more important than the opening ceremony? Seeing that Yi Zan was empty-handed and didn't seem to be carrying any gifts with him, the elders looked at each other with anticipation of a good show. The fifth elder pretended to be surprised. "Elder Yi, what's wrong with you? You clearly know that today is the opening ceremony of the sect. Why didn't you bring any gifts?" Maybe he was too busy and forgot. Forgetting is a lie. I think he didn't prepare anything at all. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to give a good gift and would lose face in front of everyone, so he made up an excuse. The elders exchanged glances with one another while the disciples discussed animatedly below. Their surprised or contemptuous gazes fell on Yi Zan. A dignified elder couldn't even present a gift. How could he convince the public in the future? On the other hand, Yi Zan, who was at the center of public opinion, was extremely calm. Before Yi Zan could speak, another rough and vigorous male voice interrupted. Elder Xie, please pay the bill. We've done what you asked us to do. This group of people was the group of porters. He didn't know how they had gotten here. Sect Master, do you have any spirit stones? Can you help me pay first? The moment he finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. Even the sound of a needle falling to the ground could be heard. Not to mention the disciples, even the elders were dumbfounded. They could not believe what they had just heard. At the opening ceremony, not only was Yi Zan late, but he was also empty-handed. Now he even wanted to borrow money from the sect master. The sixth elder raised an eyebrow. Elder Yi, you actually don't have this small amount of money, and we also don't know what did you hire these porters for. And now, you still want the sect master to pay for you. Isn't this a little too absurd? How can he be an elder with such moral conduct? Furthermore, he's above us. He can't convince the masses. Sect master, please have a deep consideration. Sure enough, these elders were using this matter to make a big deal out of it. She couldn't let these porters stand by the side all the time. After all, it was the opening ceremony of the sect. It was too much. Han Yu asked, how many spirit stones? The porter smiled, revealing his white teeth. The words he said almost scared people to death. Not much, just 10,000 spirit stones. 10,000 spirit stones? And just? One had to know that spirit stones was the most important thing to Han Yu now. Her mood suddenly fluctuated a little when she heard this, but she quickly regained her calm. Even the others were very puzzled. What did Elder Yi ask these porters to do? They're actually asking for 10,000 spirit stones. Usually it's only a few dozen or a few hundred, and at most a few thousand. Everyone was in disbelief when they heard the sky-high price. Elder Yi is being too prodigal, isn't it? You shouldn't spend like this even if your clan has a mine. Han Yu couldn't do something as embarrassing as bargaining in public. Therefore, she had to take out all the money even if she was unwilling. Before the porters left, she even heard the porters discussing about Tai Ching's sect was really rich. I'm very curious about what Elder Yi is up to. 10,000 spirit stones is not a small amount. Who is Elder Yi actually? He was able to take out 500,000 spirit stones earlier, but why is he reluctant to spend 10,000 now? This is not in line with his usual style. You obviously can't take out any spirit stones, yet you're still trying to act mysterious and sensationalize. In the face of everyone's mockery, Han Yu's eyes fell on Yi Zan. Anyone with eyes could see that she was in a bad mood now. Elder Yi, do you have anything to say? Aren't you all curious about why I've invited the porters? Yi Zan said unhurriedly, come with me and you'll know. Looking at Yi Zan's calm back, the other elders looked at each other. HMPH, he's still being stubborn. I'd like to see how he'll end this. The group immediately followed. Halfway through, they saw a strange light in front of them. It was like a sparkling lake that reflected different lights under the sunlight. What's that in front? It's so shiny. When the crowd got closer and saw it clearly, they thought they were hallucinating. I'm not dreaming, am I? Someone stammered. It was a neat row of steps, extending from the foot of the mountain. This was not the main point. The main point was that all the steps were covered with night-luminescent pearls. The scene was simply dreamy to the extreme. Plump, round, and large night-luminescent pearls were embedded on the steps. It was obvious that they were of perfect quality. Moreover, any one of them was several times larger than the one Xie Yixuan had given to the sect master earlier. They were simply best of the best. Originally, everyone had thought that the night-luminescent pearl on the ring was already the best, but now it was like a grain of white rice among so many night-luminescent pearls. It was really too unremarkable. If you don't compare yourself with others, you won't get hurt. Everyone finally understood this principle now. It even gave everyone the illusion that they were not night-luminescent pearls, but cabbages that could be seen everywhere. Are night-luminescent pearls so easy to obtain nowadays? Wake up, only Elder Yi has the ability. Don't talk about one, you can't even afford half a pearl. So many night-luminescent pearls. How many spirit stones would it cost? At a rough glance, it's almost 100,000 pearls. Everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva. 100,000 light-luminescent pearls. and they are of such high quality. How much would it cost? This isn't a matter of spirit stones. This is simply priceless and can't be measured in spirit stones. Look at the night luminescent pearls that are currently on the market. Which one can compare to these? I heard that the city lord has a top-grade night luminescent pearl. It's said to be his family heirloom that has been around for more than 100 years. I was lucky enough to see it before. It's indeed extraordinary. But compared to this. Moreover, the city lord extremely cherished the pearl and wiped it every day. Whilst the one in front of him was casually laid on the steps and would even be trampled under the feet of others in the future. When everyone thought of this possibility, they felt as if their breathing had stopped. To be able to step on the steps paved with 100,000 night luminescent pearls. How proud was this? It was simply inhumane to be rich, and it could be boasted about for a lifetime. All the disciples' expressions became excited, and they looked at Yi Zhan with respect and admiration. Elder Yi is a ruthless person. He's the only one who's capable of using 100,000 night luminescent pearls to cover the ground. It would be great if I could become Elder Yi's disciple. Although his cultivation level isn't high, what's there to be afraid of with such a rich master? I can use night luminescent pearls to smash people to death in the future. Don't even think about it. I'm Elder Yi's disciple. You stinky and shameless person. You were the one who spoke ill of Elder Yi just now, but now you still have the face to be his disciple. You're making it seem like you didn't say anything. Shen Hai's expression was particularly unsightly when he saw the disciples' faces turn red when arguing and their spittle sprayed everywhere, even almost spraying on his face. Xie Yixuan and some elders were equally unhappy. This Yi Zhan. If I had known that he was using night luminescent pearls to lay the ground, I wouldn't have let him have his way no matter what. Who would have thought that Yi Zhan didn't play by the rules? Ordinary people would worship such precious night luminescent pearls like a bodhisattva, but he just gave it to these porters so casually, and it was even used to pave the steps. On second thought, they would probably treat them like stones on the side of the road and not care at all too if they had so many night luminescent pearls. However, they were not Yi Zhan. This realization made everyone feel vexed and helpless. Then, it turned into deep jealousy and they stared at Yi Zhan. But not all elders were like this. After all, there were not many people who could casually take out so many night luminescent pearls and use them to lay the ground, although Yi Zhan's cultivation was not high enough. However, wealth was also a part of one's strength. This kind of temperament and courage was also not something ordinary people could achieve. Sect Master is an immortal and should not be tainted with the secular world. I'm willing to pave the ground with night luminescent pearls to show my sincerity. Isn't this road leading to the Sect Master's residence? When Han Yu heard this, her heart could not help but be moved. Although she had seen many treasures in the upper realm, and the night luminescent pearls were not precious to her, she didn't have so many pearls either. After all, such courage was rare even in the upper realm. Even those rich prodigal sons were not like him. This Yi Zhan was indeed not simple. Han Yu was indeed shocked by the number of 100,000, but she had seen great scenes before. Therefore, she didn't lose her composure like the others. She said with a normal expression, "You're so thoughtful. If Sect Master is happy, then these night luminescent pearls will not be wasted. At least they are useful now." The crowd was speechless. The night luminescent pearls seemed to be useless in Yi Zhan's eyes and could only be used to pave the floor. He was simply a humblebrag. For a moment, everyone's jealousy and envy filled up the air. Only one person had a livid expression, and that was Xie Yixuan. His eyes were red with anger as he watched Han Yu and Yi Zhan's interaction. One must know that Han Yu didn't say a word when he gave her the ring. This Yi Zhan is simply going against me. He wasn't the only one who had such thought, but also the other elders. Yi Zhan's actions had made their gifts seem worthless. The total value of everyone's gifts here was probably not even 1/10 of the night luminescent pearls. What they gave was obviously not ordinary, but Yi Zhan was too rich, making the gifts look like they had been dug out of a garbage dump. Yi Zhan looked at the elders' expressions, which changed from green to red like a palette. He walked over with a smile and said, "Now you know why I've hired the porters. I wonder if everyone thinks the 10,000 spirit stones worth it?" Yi Zhan's words were like a loud slap in their faces. The fifth elder wanted to retort, but he found that he couldn't say anything at all. The more mocking they were before, the more embarrassed they were now. Moreover, there were so many disciples watching from the side. Someone said boldly, "Since Elder Yi is misunderstood, shouldn't you apologize? We were almost misled. It's human nature to apologize after doing something wrong. You can't simply criticize others just because you're an elder. The fifth elder glared at the source of the voice. The disciples quickly lowered their heads as if they knew that the fifth elder would cause them trouble. He had no idea who had said it, so he could only let it go. At this moment, the few elders didn't know what to do. They were in a dilemma. What should we do now? I don't know either. It's all your fault for being too harsh with your words just now. It's too late to regret it now. You still have the cheek to talk about me. You've also embroidered earlier. Who knew that he would be able to use 100,000 night luminescent pearls to pave the ground? The fourth elder and the fifth elder were whispering to each other, and they felt restless as they faced the crowd's gazes. Their expressions became even uglier. Countless gazes were fixed on them. The disciples were discussing, and their voices grew louder and louder. Yi Zhan enjoyed the embarrassment on their faces with great interest, and finally showed mercy. Forget it. I'm a magnanimous man. We're all from the same sect, so there's no need to be so petty and calculative. He said the last few words with deep meaning. Anyone could tell that Yi Zhan was referring to the matter of these people working together to run him down. Now, it could be said that the tables had turned. Many disciples could not help but laugh. This elder Yi was not only rich, but also had a sharp tongue. His style of doing things was really unique. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of consuming 100,000 night luminescent pearls. Mission reward. 500 prodigal points. Random mission. Consume 10,000 crystal ice chalcedony, an extremely rare item that can be used as the core of a formation and provide a huge amount of spiritual energy. Mission reward. 500 prodigal points. Mission failure will result in random points deduction. Mission time limit, 3 days. Hearing the system's notification, Yi Zhan was overjoyed and accepted the mission without hesitation. He didn't expect that a mission would be refreshed so quickly after it was completed. Crystal ice chalcedony sounded like a good item. It would probably be easier to spend 10,000 of them than the 100,000 night luminescent pearls. Soon, it was time for the sect master to give gifts in return. At this moment, Han Yu was in a dilemma. How was she going to return the 100,000 night luminescent pearls? She was afraid that even with all her assets, she wouldn't be able to return Yi Zhan's generous gift. The old man beside Han Yu saw her dilemma and reminded her in a low voice, Sect Master's gift must not be taken lightly to avoid the people below from criticizing. The old man wished that he could worship Yi Zhan as the god of fortune. This kid gave us 500,000 spirit stones previously, and now even 100,000 night luminescent pearls. It's obvious that he has an extraordinary background. He's rich and overbearing, so we must win him over. In the future, he will definitely be able to help Sect Master with your revenge. Elder Bai, I know what you mean, but how should I return the favor? Elder Bai seemed to have thought of something. I remember that you had obtained a top body technique by chance. This kid's cultivation level is not high enough. If he has a technique with him, it would be more secure. I think it would be the most suitable gift in return. These words made sense. Han Yu nodded. A book appeared in her hand with a flash of inspiration, which exuding an inexplicable aura. The moment the book appeared, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. Even the ordinary disciples could feel that it was extraordinary, let alone the elders who knew what it was. On the light blue cover, a few large golden words were written on it, shining with supreme spirituality, mysterious hidden steps. The heaven with spiritual energy is the best. The king with techniques is the best. The hidden technique is the best, and the law with clear judgment is the best. If this body technique is cultivated to the peak, it will be mysterious and difficult to detect. No matter how powerful and capable an expert is, he or she will neither be able to keep up with you, nor to find you. Hearing Han Yu's introduction, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Is it really that amazing? I've never heard of such a body technique in the world. Since the sect master has said so, that's for sure. Does the sect master look like someone who brags? DMN, this cultivation technique is too awesome. I also want to learn that. The condition is that you have to gift 100,000 night luminescent pearls first. The disciples discussed animatedly with envy. Even the elders were envious. After all, who wouldn't be tempted by such a top-notch cultivation technique? After hearing Han Yu's introduction, Yi Zhan's eyes couldn't help but light up. This was exactly what he needed the most right now. After all, he had to complete the missions and get a lot of prodigal points. It was inevitable that it would attract the covetous eyes of people with ulterior motives. However, his cultivation level was not high. This kind of behavior was no different from a child holding gold and swaggering through the market. Robbing money would definitely be a common thing in the future. With this cultivation technique, escaping was simply first class. From now on, he could roam the world freely. My heartfelt thanks to Sect Master. Body techniques determined speed. Mental cultivation methods determined spiritual will. Breathing techniques determined physical strength. And cross-training determined defense. In addition, there were fist techniques, sword techniques, spear techniques, and so on. Yi Zhan wasn't in a hurry for the rest of the things, so he could put them aside for the time being. However, mental cultivation methods were more important, so he decided to ask Han Yu for advice if there was a chance in the future. After the opening ceremony, Han Yu gathered everyone and the outstanding disciples together. There is one more important thing right now, and that is the formation of the mountain protection. The mountain protecting formation was particularly important, as it concerned the dignity and face of the sect. Another important point was that Tai Ching's sect was established in Xixiao mountain range. There were many demonic beasts nearby. The formation was necessary in order to ensure the safety of the disciples and prevent attacks from powerful demonic beasts. Previously, Han Yu had only set up a simple formation, but it was not so simple to set the whole thing up. Not to mention covering the entire mountain, it also needed a strong ability to resist foreign enemies. Not only it would take a lot of effort, but also the materials were enough to give people a headache. After all, it was a large amount. Even Xie Yixuan, who wanted to show off in front of Han Yu, did not dare to boast. After a moment of silence, someone recommended himself. Sect Master, I'm quite knowledgeable about formations. If you don't mind, you can leave the construction of the mountain protecting formation to me. Han Yu looked at the person who came forward. It was the sixth elder. I'll leave this matter to the sixth elder then. But I need to go to the site to investigate. Soon, under the sixth elder's lead, everyone had walked around Tai Ching's sect. The others had no knowledge of formations. Even if they did, they only had a little understanding. The ways of formations were extremely profound. The mainstream cultivation methods were sword techniques, spell techniques, fist techniques, and so on. There were also people like the sixth elder who cultivated formations, talismans, pills, or weapons refining. At this moment, the sixth elder was holding a compass in his hand. It was very ancient in style, engraved with the heavenly stem and earthly branch, 5 elements and 8 trigrams. The needle was slightly shaking, and it looked very exquisite. Occasionally, they would see the sixth elder stop from time to time. He kept muttering and drawing, appearing quite mysterious. Although they were curious, they didn't dare to ask, for fear of disturbing the sixth elder. The sixth elder had almost gone through all the directions. Then, everyone followed him to a mountain peak. It was surrounded by clouds and mist, as if one could pick up the stars and the moon with one's hand. The scenery was very beautiful. Only then did the sixth elder put away the compass. I already have a basic understanding of the sect's layout. This is the highest mountain peak, where I can have a better view of the entire mountain's terrain and have a bird's eye view of the entire situation. Everyone stood on the peak and looked into the distance. Just as the sixth elder said, the entire Tai Ching sect was in their eyes. They felt like they were on the top of the mountain and looking down at the other small mountains. You can see that the entire direction of our Tai Ching sect is from low to high, from the north to the south. The east and the west are flat and open. The overall direction is very good. It can be seen that the site was chosen with great care. As the saying went, stand tall and see far. Indeed, it could be seen that the trees grew low in the north and high in the south. Moreover, there was less vegetation in the east and the west. Most of them were flat. Moreover, Tai Ching sect is located in an easterly direction from the center of the entire mountain range. The east is a good direction, which is an auspicious position. The sun rises from the east, and good fortune comes from the direction. Therefore, the place with the most abundant spiritual energy in the mountain range is also gathered here. This is also the reason why there are so many demonic beasts nearby. The stronger the demonic beasts are, the more they can sense the special spiritual energy in this place. Then, they will slowly come closer. After listening to the sixth elder's story, everyone felt enlightened. As they went deeper, they found that there were indeed more powerful demon beasts in the east. It just so happens that we can borrow the strength of the spiritual energy here. As long as we find the center, we can draw the spiritual energy from Xixiao mountain range for us to use to set up the formation. This will save us a lot of effort. This plan is truly brilliant, the crowd couldn't help but praise. Yi Zhan thought of the sixth elder suddenly bringing them here, and thus he guessed, could this be the center that sixth elder was talking about? The sixth elder cast a look of approval. Elder Yi is indeed intelligent and having high power of understanding. So this is where the eye of the entire formation is, and I will use it as the center. In the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, the east and the south here corresponds to Arshen and Kun. Take a look and see if there are any differences in the shape of the mountains in these 2 directions. Everyone looked in the direction the sixth elder was pointing at. The mountain range there rose and fell, layer upon layer, extending for thousands of li into the distance. No one could tell what was the difference for a long time. Sixth elder, don't try to be mysterious, just tell us directly. The sixth elder only revealed a mysterious smile, and his gaze fell on Yi Zhan. I wonder if Elder Yi has any wise ideas. Not expecting to be called out suddenly, Yi Zhan hesitated for a moment before saying, from afar, it looks like a circling dragon. That's right, it's a dragon. It seems that Elder Yi is born with enlightenment even though you have never studied the ways of formations. You can come to me and discuss about this in the future if you are interested. Yi Zhan looked at the sixth elder in surprise when he heard this. The sixth elder nodded at him. His expression and actions were conveying a kind of goodwill. This was the first elder to express goodwill to him. In contrast, the expressions of a few other elders changed slightly when they heard this. Xie Yixuan snorted. It's good that sixth elder is in the mood to give advice, but you have to see who the person is. Elder Yi is only at level 2 human realm. The most important thing to him is to improve his cultivation. I think he doesn't have the time to discuss this with you. These words seemed to be for Yi Zhan's good, but in fact, it was a secret warning to the sixth elder not to meddle in other people's business. I know what I'm doing, Yi Zhan said calmly. There's no need for Elder Xie to worry. I don't want to bother either, but your cultivation level is too low. It's still bad for my Tai Ching sect's face. The two of them went back and forth. The seemingly peaceful atmosphere was in fact turbulent undercurrents. For a time, there was a widespread feeling of insecurity. The seventh elder was an impatient and straightforward person. He didn't understand the twists and turns, so he couldn't help but interrupt. All right. All of you stop talking. Sixth elder, quickly tell us what's the difference. The heaven and earth back charge. Within the dragon, there are claws, feet, back and chest. It's unpredictable when it's hidden, and it's endless when it moves. The formation is impressive. The sixth elder pointed out several directions, and everyone hurriedly looked over. It was still the same mountain range, which echoed the sixth elder's words. Everyone couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. It was true. The mountain forest with strange rocks was where the dragon claw was located. It looked extremely sharp and shimmered with a cold light. The low jungle nearby was its back, undulating and magnificent. Dense vegetation crisscrossed, forming the shape of a dragon's tail. This place is like a sleeping dragon. It doesn't look obvious on the surface, but if it's awakened, it'll be ever-changing. It can attack and also defend. It's full of mysteries. Hearing the sixth elder's description, everyone couldn't help but look forward to it. The scene in front of them seemed to come alive, as if a dragon had really awakened from its long sleep. The dragon's roar shook the surroundings. Then what can we do to awaken this dragon? Everyone, please look at the position of the dragon's eye. The dragon's eye that the sixth elder was talking about was a mountain stream not far away in the southeast. Although it was called a mountain stream, the spring water had dried up, and there was still water nearby. It looked a little empty, as if something was missing. I've already discovered this when I was surveying the area. This terrain is extremely rare, but it lacks the most important aspect. The spring water has dried up, causing the dragon's eyes to be lifeless. Thus, this dragon can't be fully revived and can only rest here. That's why I'm going to set up the core of the formation carefully, so that I can add the finishing touch. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but urge, Sixth Elder, hurry up and set it up. What are you still waiting for? The sixth elder said helplessly, do you think I don't want to set it up? I have most of the materials I need, but I'm missing the most important one. This material is extremely rare, and this was Water Spirit Pearl. Without Water Spirit Pearl, everything I said just now would be useless. Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard about Water Spirit Pearl. The Water Spirit Pearl was born in a place where the essence of water was gathered. It was born in places where the water element was dense. This kind of natural magic weapon was the rarest. Does any of you have a Water Spirit Pearl? How could we possibly have that kind of thing? After a round of communication, no one had water spirit pearl. At this moment, a disciple hurried over. Reporting to the sect master, Shang Yan sect has just sent a letter to congratulate the establishment of our Taiching sect. They said it's a pity that they didn't witness the opening ceremony of the sect. They will definitely pay a visit tomorrow. Han Yu's face changed slightly. She couldn't help but say, "This group of people can't wait any longer. They actually came for us so quickly." The words from Shang Yan sect sounded polite, but who didn't know their thoughts? They just wanted to test the strength of Taiching sect. To put it bluntly, they were here to challenge them and to show them their power. After all, no one would be happy to have a sect appear out of thin air. This meant that the resources would be divided. Those sects were all very shrewd. How could they tolerate things that affected their own interests? Of course they had to take action. If Taiching sect was weak and could be bullied, then in the future, they would bully and occupy the sect at their will, be it resources or other aspects. Therefore, they could only succeed in tomorrow's battle. Failure was not allowed. Otherwise, their Taiching sect would not have no foothold, and their position in the future would be even more precarious. The others also knew the seriousness of the situation and quickly asked, "What should we do now, sect master?" Han Yu had long expected such a day to come, but she didn't expect this group of people to be more difficult to deal with than she had imagined. They didn't even give them a chance to react. The most important thing now is to quickly set up the formation. Otherwise, it'll be outrageous if we don't even have a formation when they arrive tomorrow. Let's go take a look at the auction house first. There might be a water spirit pearl. Now, they could only take a step back and visit the auction house. Although the price was much higher, there was no other way for the sake of Taiching sect. However, Han Yu and the others were disappointed. They couldn't find water spirit pearl after walking around the whole town. The auctioneer was surprised to hear their intentions. Water spirit pearl? How can we have such a divine item here? We only have water elemental pearl here. Do you want it? Although the difference was only one word, they were worlds apart whether it was in terms of effect or other aspects. Although water elemental pearl was also rich in water element, it was extremely weak and many of them had impurities. It could barely be considered a substitute for water spirit pearl. Han Yu looked at the sixth elder. "I wonder if water elemental pearl can replace water spirit pearl." The sixth elder looked a little embarrassed. If it was a water elemental pearl, the effect would be greatly reduced. But there is no other way now. How many spirit stones does this water elemental pearl cost? Even though it was an incomplete substitute, the price that the boss of the auction house offered was too high for Han Yu and the others to bear. When the seventh elder heard the price that the boss had offered, he could not help but blurt out, "So expensive. Why don't you just go and rob? This is just a defective product of water spirit pearl." The boss of the auction house revealed a look of disdain. "Even though it's a defective product, it's still a rare existence. Do you want it or not?" The spirit stones that Han Yu had collected earlier, including Yi Zan's 500,000, were all used for the construction of the sect. It was not easy to establish a sect. Han Yu was trying to develop her own power in preparation for her revenge in the future, so she naturally couldn't be careless in establishing the sect. It wasn't for fun. Therefore, she had long run out of spirit stones. She could not help but sigh at the price. Xie Yixuan wanted to share the burden, but he seemed to have thought of something and held back. If he helped her at the last moment, she would definitely be very grateful. Then, their relationship would definitely be further improved. With this thought in mind, he did not say anything. If Sect Master really can't make it, we can use other precious materials to replace it. I still have a few precious formation materials here. I can take them out. The interests of the elders and Taiching sect were one. It could be said that they were bound together for good or bad. If Taiching sect made a fool and lost face, it would not benefit them at all. Therefore, they were all actively thinking of ways. Maybe we can go back to the sect and gather some spirit stones. We might be able to do it. That's right. It doesn't have to be a water elemental spiritual items, right? Can't we use other materials as the formation core? The sixth elder looked a little troubled. The 5 elements lack water, and the dragon eye needs some finishing. In order to activate the formation, it must be a water element spiritual item. Just as everyone was sweating profusely, Shen Hai looked around and suddenly said, "Why is Elder Yi not here?" It seemed that Yi Zan had not been with them since they went down the mountain. Where was Yi Zan at the moment? Under the scorching sun, cicadas on the trees kept buzzing and rolling heat waves kept coming. Even in the cool Shisha mountain range, where the large trees blocked the glaring sunlight, one could still feel the rising temperature. However, none of this affected Yi Zhan. In the room he was in, there were a few blue crystals placed in every corner of the room. Cold air was emitted from the crystals and filled the room, causing the temperature to drop rapidly. Moreover, the overflowing spiritual power was still nourishing his body, like a pair of cold hands gently caressing him. A comfortable expression appeared on Yi Zhan's face. It should be known that cultivators were also afraid of heat. They had not yet reached the point of ascension, so they also knew about cold and warmth. How can we live without air conditioning in such hot weather? Although we don't have modern air conditioning, the effect of these crystal ice chalcedony are even better. An idea flashed through Yi Zhan's mind. He cut a few more pieces of fruit and placed them on the tray. There was a small pile of crystal ice chalcedony below. In the blink of an eye, faint ice crystals formed on the fruits. He didn't know if it was because it had been nourished by the ice spiritual power, but the fruit was just crunchy when he bit into it and the taste was especially good. It was also especially sweet. The sweet juice of the fruit slid down his throat. It was no different from a bejeweled nectar. Cool. Yi Zhan couldn't help but praise himself for his wit. He enjoyed the comfort of the air conditioner and refrigerator in the fantasy world. The system's introduction of crystal ice chalcedony was very short, so Yi Zhan didn't know how rare and precious it was. If water spirit pearl was the best, then crystal ice chalcedony was the best of the best, which was the kind that couldn't be bought even with money. If there were outsiders here, they would definitely be shocked by Yi Zhan's actions. He was simply insanely rich. Crystal ice chalcedony was a divine item. In the eyes of those ice attribute cultivators, it was simply the top existence. One pill was enough to benefit them endlessly, let alone so many. Moreover, crystal ice chalcedony could be used as a material in formations, alchemy, or weapons refinement. It could be said that it was an existence that everyone dreamed of and fought for. Now, it was just an item that emitted cold air and iced the fruits with Yi Zhan, as if it had no other use. When Han Yu walked in, she found that there was something wrong with this place. It was very cool inside, but the world outside was completely different. The two places didn't seem to be in the same season. As the cold air continued to rise, Han Yu's eyes shifted slightly and saw an icy blue crystal in the corner. The power of the vast ice element coming from it shocked her. As this crystal ice chalcedony? Han Yu's pupils slightly constricted, and an impossible guess appeared in her heart. She looked around and found that ice blue crystals were everywhere, as if they were free. The most important thing was that a pile of the crystals were shaped into a tray, and it contained ordinary fruits that were not valuable. If these ice blue crystals were really as she had guessed, it was simply a waste of God's gift. Not to mention these fruits, even the most precious spiritual plant was not worthy of such treatment. Han Yu's breath missed a beat. She took a deep breath and continued forward. She didn't see Yi Zhan, but she heard the sound of water on the other side. Han Yu lifted the bead curtain and was about to walk in when she heard a teasing male voice. So the sect master has a hobby of peeking at other people bathing. She jerked her head up, only to see a strong and muscular body. Droplets of water that had yet to dry flowed down his firm abdominal muscles, and his lower body was only tied with a towel. Han Yu's face instantly turned red. She used to be cold and arrogant when she was in the upper realm, keeping people at arm's length. She had never seen such a maddening scene. She lost her composure for a moment. She staggered and was about to fall to the ground when a strong hand pulled her. The world spun and she fell into cool arms. This feeling was unprecedented. Yi Zhan's upper body was bare, and Han Yu could clearly hear his strong heartbeat. They were embracing each other. Yi Zhan only felt that the person in his arms was weak and boneless. Her waist was like a green willow, and it was unbelievably soft. He could even smell an intoxicating fragrance. Han Yu pushed him away and said sternly, "You're bold." Her skin was originally as white as jade. But at this moment, her face was flushed red, like a winter plum that suddenly bloomed in the snow. She was less cold and became more charming, and the corners of her eyes seemed to contain tenderness. With such an expression, coupled with her flustered tone, there was no deterrent force no matter how serious she looked. Instead, she was like a spoiled little girl. As soon as the words left her mouth, Han Yu obviously regretted it. She cleared her throat, calmed her mood, and said, "I didn't know you were taking a bath." Her tone was cold, and she had returned to her previous high and mighty attitude. However, if one listened closely, one could still find some guilt in her tone. The corner of Yi Zhan's mouth curved up slightly. He didn't expect the Sect Master, who was otherworldly, to have such a character. He couldn't help but tease, "Sect Master doesn't need to explain. I know that someone like Sect Master would never do something like taking advantage of me." After hearing Yi Zan's words, the redness that had faded with great difficulty seemed to have come back. Han Yu didn't know whether it was because of anger or embarrassment. The tip of her ears quietly turned red, but she didn't know it. "Who's taking advantage of you?" Han Yu couldn't help retorting, but it seemed more coquettish. Looking at her blushing face, Yi Zan's eyes turned and he said very generously, "Since the weather is so hot, why don't Sect Master come and take a bath together?" The red color on Han Yu's snow-white cheeks instantly spread to her whole body. At this moment, she was like a cooked shrimp. Her face red and her whole body was even steaming. "You." She was so angry that she could barely speak. When she was in the upper realm, no one had ever dared to treat her with such an attitude. Besides, Han Yu had always been reclusive and devoted to cultivation. Therefore, she rarely came into contact with people. There were not many who were as bold as Yi Zan who actually dared to tease her. Yi Zan knew when to stop. It was rare to see Han Yu showing such a face, and he was probably the first person to see this. Seeing that Han Yu was on the verge of exploding, he stopped teasing her. Otherwise, if he really made her angry, the consequences would probably be unbearable for him. "Sect Master, I was just joking. Why take it so seriously? The weather is hot, be careful not to hurt yourself." She looked at the man in front of her who was smiling mischievously, but his eyes were extremely clear and did not have any ill intentions. No matter where Han Yu went, she was worshipped by people, as if she had no emotions and desires. For some reason, the fire in her heart seemed to have been extinguished, and she felt a little helpless. Ding dong. There was a clear sound of something falling on the ground. It sounded like something had fallen from above. Han Yu took a closer look and found that it was a blue crystal on the ground. She didn't notice that the whole bead curtain was made of it. Yi Zan saw her gaze on it and said casually, "If Sect Master likes it, I'll give you one as well. Just treat it as an apology." His light tone made it seem like he was giving a very ordinary item. He seemed to have thought of something and added, "On such a hot day, it's best to put one in every place of the sect. Otherwise, how are the disciples going to survive this hot summer?" Yi Zan was a very generous person. He followed the principle that it was better to be happy together than to be happy alone. Of course, his main purpose was to complete the mission. Han Yu couldn't believe what she heard. She couldn't help but ask, "Do you know what these things are?" Yi Zan didn't think much of it. "It's just crystal ice chalcedony. I have plenty of it, it's worthless." He knew what it was. Even though Han Yu had already guessed it before this, hearing Yi Zan's words on her own shocked her even greater. Worthless. The crystal ice chalcedony that cultivators couldn't get even one with money was actually worthless to Yi Zan. She looked around and saw what Yi Zan had done with the crystal ice chalcedony. He treated it like an ordinary ice block or a decoration. It was no wonder that he would say something like this. For a moment, Han Yu's mood was extremely complicated. They had been searching for water spirit pearl everywhere, but they couldn't even afford the replacement, water elemental pearls. In contrast, crystal ice chalcedony, which was of a higher grade than water spirit pearl, could be seen everywhere in Yi Zan's place. She didn't doubt Yi Zan's words at all. He wanted to place one in every place of the sect. Just from the decoration of Yi Zan's room, he could really afford. Han Yu took a deep breath and finally calmed down. "Can you lend some to the sect's great array? I will help you calculate it as contribution points. I will definitely treat you well in the future." After all, she had gone around the city and could not find any water spirit pearl. She could not even afford to buy a water elemental pearl as a substitute. Han Yu really had no choice. She thought that since Yi Zan was so generous, offering 500,000 spirit stones or 100,000 night luminescent pearls, he might have a way, so she came to try her luck. He didn't expect to have such a big surprise. "All right." Yi Zan readily agreed. "But Sect Master, I hope you can agree to one condition of mine." Han Yu frowned. "What condition?" "The body technique that you gave me earlier is too profound. There are many things that I don't understand when I was cultivating. I hope you can give me some guidance. If you can train with me for an hour every day, that would be great." Han Yu had thought that Yi Zan would make some excessive requests or take advantage of her, which made her a little unhappy. Who would have thought that he would say such a thing? Han Yu agreed without any hesitation. "Sure." She paused and couldn't help but ask, "Don't you have any other requests?" As a member of the Tai Ching sect, I will naturally contribute to the sect for free. To be able to receive personal guidance from the sect master is already a blessing of 3 lifetimes. I dare not ask for anything more. Yi Zan's words were full of righteousness, which made Han Yu slightly surprised. It seemed that her previous guess was a little despicable. Then I'll thank you on everyone's behalf. Han Yu turned around and left. Before she was done, she heard a teasing voice behind her. Let's take a bath together when you're free, sect master. Wait, it should be training. Han Yu's body stiffened, and then she quickened her pace. No matter how you looked at it, she seemed to be running away. Yi Zan couldn't help but laugh. Don't be fooled by this sect master's cold appearance, and it seemed to be very difficult to see any emotional fluctuations. Now that she was like this, she had a little more human touch, like a cold and exquisite sculpture that had come to life, and it was particularly moving. On the other side, everyone was still worried about the Array Corps. Seeing Han Yu's arrival, Shen Hai quickly went up to her. Sect Master, we've just discussed this with the elders. Perhaps we can choose spiritual items with water attributes and inject spiritual power into them. Although they can't compare to the water spirit pearl, they can still last for a while. It won't be too late to replace them when we find a suitable one. This method required a large amount of spiritual power, and it was not worth it for only a short period of time. However, there was no other way now. They couldn't possibly wait for the troublemakers to arrive the next day, and they didn't even have a great mountain protection array. If word gets out, they'd be treated as a joke. No need, I've already found it. Han Yu took out several ice blue crystals. They were like transparent crystals, reflecting the color of the sky. The blue was clear and clean, without any impurities. Everyone only felt a wave of coldness hit them in the face. The heat brought about by the hot summer was instantly swept away, and their entire bodies exuded an indescribable refreshing feeling. All the elders were shocked. This is the crystal ice chalcedony. Look at this crystal's shape. There are no impurities. It can be said to be of the highest quality. It's rare in the market. It was no exaggeration to say that if this was put up for auction, it could be sold for a high price of hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. Han Yu casually took out dozens of them. Not to mention 1 water spirit pearl, even 100 water spirit pearls added together would not be as good as this crystal ice chalcedony. I don't know if this is enough. The 6th elder's eyes lit up as he excitedly said, enough, enough. Ice was another form of water, and the conditions for the formation of the crystal ice chalcedony were several times harsher than the water spirit pearl. Not only did it require a 1,000-year-old ice crystal, but it also needed a chalcedony vein underneath. The two complemented each other. After 100 years, it would absorb the spiritual energy in the ice and chalcedony to form such a crystal. However, the 1,000-year ice could only be found in the extreme north or in special terrains. It was not common at all, and the chalcedony vein was even rarer. Moreover, it needed both of them, so one could imagine how difficult the conditions to form it were. Using the crystal ice chalcedony as the array core could be said to be extremely extravagant. However, the effects it could display were also incomparable to the water spirit pearl. As expected of the sect master, you can even take out the crystal ice chalcedony. The 6th elder trembled as he received it as if it was a fragile glass product, afraid of breaking it. I've never seen so much crystal ice chalcedony in my entire life. It was just a dozen of crystal ice chalcedony, and the elders had such an expression that looked like they had never seen the world before. Han Yu couldn't help but think of the furnishings in Yi Zan's room and the use of crystal ice chalcedony as ordinary bead curtains and ice cubes. If these people knew what Yi Zan had done, they would probably be shocked. Even their small hearts would not be able to take it. The 6th elder carefully placed the crystal ice chalcedony on top of the array he had set up earlier. In an instant, a blue spiritual power burst out, and it was so dazzling that everyone could hardly open their eyes. The huge wave pushed them back as if there were a pair of invisible giant hands secretly exerting force, and everyone took half a step back. At the same time, in every corner of the Tai Ching sect, there were also light pillars of different colors rising from the ground. The lights of different colors intertwined and enveloped the entire sect, making it look like a dream. Many disciples were amazed by the scene in front of them. The temperature suddenly dropped. At speed visible to the naked eye, light blue crystals condensed in the air and floated in front of everyone like countless snowflakes. Then, they immediately turned into small water droplets and spread in all directions. 2 of the most powerful spiritual power wrapped around the ice blue crystals. As if they were being pulled by an unknown force, They fell toward the place where the sixth elder had detected the dragon's eye. A huge crack suddenly appeared in the originally dry mountain, and countless spring water gushed out from it. It was crystal clear and emitted a strange light under the refraction of the sun. Spring water flowed through the mountain and slowly converged into a small stream. At the highest point of the largest mountain, there was a deeper crack that spread in all directions like a spider web. The depth could not be seen, as if something was brewing. Many small water droplets floated in the air, and the faint blue glow of the crystal ice chalcedony could be seen. Boom! They heard a loud noise as if an earth dragon had flipped over, and even the mountain trembled. Everyone hurried over to check the situation. However, the scene in front shocked everyone. The huge stream of water fell to the ground. The great height difference caused the water to splash everywhere. It collided with the mountain rocks, and the muffled sound was endless. It flew down 3,000 feet, like the Milky Way falling from the ninth heavens. One had to know that this place had been a cliff before, so how could there be a waterfall? It was only after the array core had been activated that such a wondrous scene had formed. The two waterfalls, one on the left and the other on the right, reflected each other like the eyes of a dragon. With the activation of the crystal ice chalcedony, countless water elements gathered here and grew endlessly. It was like the finishing touch to a dragon, causing this dragon to come to life. The sound of the waterfall's waterflow was like a dragon's roar, causing one's mind to ripple. This was something that even the sixth elder had not thought of. He couldn't help but sigh. It's really too magical. In the future, this place can also become a cultivation paradise. If you meditate here, I'm afraid you'll get twice the result with half the effort. If the array core was the core, then this place would be the pillar. In the entire Great Dragon Transformation Array, the dragon's eye was in an extremely important position. Because of the crystal ice chalcedony's influence, the spiritual energy here was overflowing, and the water element in the air was extremely rich. In his original plan, he would be using the water spirit pearl to awaken the dragon vein terrain in this land. At most, it would form a small stream and restore the dried-up mountain stream. However, he didn't expect that the crystal ice chalcedony would have such a miraculous effect. With its support, the power of the array was beyond the sixth elder's expectations. Everyone looked at the layer of light blue film that wrapped around the Taiching sect. The huge pressure that came from it was shocking. Then, it gradually disappeared from their vision. At this point, the Great Mountain Protection Array was finally completed, and everyone could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The sixth elder's expression was somewhat regretful. If there was a little more crystal ice chalcedony, this array would definitely be able to reach a higher level. It's a pity. It's good enough that it has such an effect. I'm afraid that even the Great Mountain Protection Array of those long-standing medium-sized sects might not have such power. The other elders comforted him. Shen Hai said casually, "Elder Yi is such a busy person. There's no trace of him from beginning to end. I don't know what he's busy with either." Only then did the other elders realize that Yi Zan seemed to have disappeared since they started looking for the water spirit pearl. They didn't see him again, and they immediately felt a little dissatisfied. Yi Zan was looking at his attribute panel at the moment. Name: Yi Zan, a name not to be underestimated in the fantasy world. Age: 20, fortunately, you still have time to work hard. Realm: Human realm rank 2, created by celestial spirit treasures. Constitution: 1 in a million strong constitution. Cultivation technique: Mysterious hidden steps item. Newbie gift pack, used. Prodigal points: 1,000, one small step forward, requires continuous effort. Now that he had 1,000 prodigal points to use, he chose to add them all to his body technique. After adding the points, Yi Zan felt that something had changed, but he couldn't tell what it was exactly. He decided to test the power of this body technique and see if it was really as powerful as Han Yu said. However, he didn't expect to bump into the Great Elder and his group as soon as he left. Looking at Yi Zan's carefree appearance and thinking about how they almost got angry because of the array core, many people felt a little unfair. "Elder Yi, you're so carefree. Where are you planning to go? We don't have such a good life like you." Xie Yixuan's sarcastic words made everyone's dissatisfaction reach a peak. That's right. Some people think that just because they pay more spirit stones and give more valuable gifts, they can rest easy and not do any work. Unlike us, we work hard and have to worry about all the affairs of the sect. As the leader of the elders, shouldn't you take the initiative and set the example first? Elder Yi, I think you don't care about the sect at all. and the construction of the Great Mountain Protection Array has nothing to do with you. When we finally found the crystal ice chalcedony to activate the array core, what were you doing? When Yi Zan heard this, he really thought for a moment before saying, at that time, I should be taking a bath and watching what was happening. It would have been better if he had not said anything, but the moment he did, it immediately incited everyone's anger. Listen to what he was saying. The elders were so angry that their faces turned red, and they became speechless when they saw Yi Zan didn't feel any guilt but acted righteously. You. The third elder laughed coldly. If the sect master was here, she would have heard your disgraceful words. How could there be such a shameless person in this world? This was the common thought in the hearts of almost all the elders. Even the sixth elder, who had demonstrated goodwill to Yi Zan before, was a little dissatisfied. Oh right. I heard that you guys were talking about using the crystal ice chalcedony to activate the array core. Why don't we place it on all the array legs as well? Wouldn't the effect be even better that way? All the elders looked at Yi Zan as if he was an idiot, and they almost laughed out of anger. Do you think we don't want to? The crystal ice chalcedony is a divine item. It wasn't easy for us to get a small amount, and suggesting to put everything on the array leg, you're talking big. If you're so capable, then come up with a solution. Who doesn't know how to boast? Compared to the other elders who were filled with righteous indignation, Yi Zan didn't think much of it. What's so difficult about that? I have plenty of these things. If you want them, just take them. If the group of elders was angry before, at this moment, under Yi Zan's continuous actions, it turned into deep disdain and helplessness. Elder Yi, having a brain is a good thing. I hope you have one too. Now you don't even need to draft a draft to brag. Do you think the crystal ice chalcedony is a cabbage that can be found anywhere? What do you mean by just take them? Elder Yi, don't tell me you're mistaking ordinary chalcedony crystals for crystal ice chalcedony. The chalcedony crystal was a type of stone that looked very similar to the crystal ice chalcedony. If a cultivator didn't have good eyesight, they would easily mix up the two. However, one was a treasure while the other was an ordinary stone. In the face of everyone's mockery, Yi Zan was particularly calm. Whether it's true or not, you'll know when you go. The other elders looked at each other and decided to step forward to find out what was going on. Let's wait and see. I don't believe he can take out the crystal ice chalcedony. Yi Zan suddenly stopped. Wait, if I can really take it out, what will you do? The other elders did not believe Yi Zan had this ability. Shen Hai, Xie Yixuan, the fifth elder, and the others exchanged glances and felt that this was a great opportunity. The fifth elder revealed a mocking smile and said resolutely, if you can show it, we'll let you do whatever you want for 3 days, otherwise, please report to the sect master and get out of the Tai Ching sect. Then it's a deal. The group of people set off towards Yi Zan's training room, attracting many disciples to come and watch the fun. Shen Hai, Xie Yixuan, and the others were eager for the matter to snowball so that Yi Zan would not be able to clean up the mess. Even if Han Yu wanted to side with him, she could not do anything. If these elders knew that Han Yu's chalcedony had been taken from Yi Zan, they would definitely regret their actions today. As soon as they approached the training room, a gust of cold air hit them in the face, and everyone was instantly stunned. This or Yi Zan's mocking voice came from behind. Why aren't you guys continuing to walk? Seeing Yi Zan's confident look, Xie Yixuan suddenly had a bad feeling. However, the fifth elder beside him had already pushed open the door and sneered. Elder Yi, you'd better think about. Before he could finish, the fifth elder saw the scene in front of him clearly. It was as if someone had grabbed his throat, and he swallowed all his words. Not only him, but the others also had the same expression. Stepping into the room, it was as if they had entered a world made of ice and snow. They saw that the walls were inlaid with ice blue crystals, and even the ground was covered with them. The blue crystal reflected everyone's dumbstruck faces. They looked extremely dull, like country bumpkins who had just entered the city and were dazzled by the luxury in front of them. Yi Zan asked very calmly, have you thought about how I'm going to order you around? The fifth elder's awareness is quite high. The fifth elder immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. Don't be happy too early. Who knows if you're just making up the numbers with some chalcedony crystals, or if you've added some ice attribute spiritual power or magic weapon into it to create this scene. This time, it was the other's turn to look at the fifth elder as if he was an idiot. The surroundings were filled with cold air, and extremely active ice elements and pure spiritual power filled the entire room. The ice-type spiritual power constantly attacked the meridians in their bodies, and even they felt a little cold. Something of this level was what the chalcedony crystals could never forge. I forgot to tell you. I was the one who provided the crystal ice chalcedony. Shen Hai and Xie Yixuan's expressions were as uncomfortable as if they had swallowed a mosquito. The others were also speechless. Why didn't he say so earlier? If they had known about this, they definitely wouldn't have mocked Yi Zan and made a bet. The eighth elder reacted quickly and was the first to change his words. Elder Yi is indeed worried about the sect. You're an existence that we can't compare to. You truly deserve to be the leader of the elders. The eighth elder was too shrewd. He actually spoke up first. Seeing this, the other elders also quickly changed their tone and scrambled to please Yi Zan, afraid of falling behind. I see Elder Yi as the cream of the crop, heroic and extraordinary. Your future is bound to be bright and brilliant. Now it seems that it is indeed so. Exactly, Elder Yi is made for great things. What a joke. With such a long coattail in front of them, they would be a fool not to ride it. 500,000 spirit stones. 100,000 night luminescent pearls. And now, the room was filled with crystal ice chalcedony. There was nothing Yi Zan couldn't take out. Who knew what kind of world-shaking things he would take out in the future that could make the gods cry? Being on good terms with Yi Zan at this time would only bring them benefits and no harm. As long as he casually drops a little something, it would already be a good thing that fell from the sky. That's right. Elder Yi is the light of our Taiching sect. It's simply generous to be able to spend so much. Elder Yi, I accidentally bumped into you earlier. I hope that you can be magnanimous and not hold it against me. The elder's words were like flowing water. Shen Hai, Xie Yixuan, and the fifth elder looked at the elders who were taking advantage of the situation, and their expressions turned extremely ugly. In comparison, those disciples appeared to be extremely simple and crude. Elder Yi is awesome. Just these few words expressed their admiration and respect. Soon, the commotion attracted Han Yu's attention. She seemed to be a little surprised that so many people were gathered together. You're all here. After seeing the layout of the room, Han Yu's eyes showed a look of surprise, but after that, she had an understanding expression. Seeing that Han Yu wasn't surprised, the others couldn't help but ask, Sect Master, aren't you surprised? Elder Yi actually embedded the walls and laid the floor with crystal ice chalcedony. You mean this? Han Yu seemed to have thought of something, and what she said would also give others a shock. Earlier, he strung up the crystal ice chalcedony and used it as a bead curtain, and he also put it on some fruits. Putting it on some fruits. Everyone's jaws dropped. Was such a precious and rare crystal ice chalcedony only this useful to Yi Zan? One must know that even the most precious spiritual plants and pills were not worth being used with the crystal ice chalcedony. Now, they were reduced to the same status as ordinary fruits. If this news spread, the world would probably go crazy. Even people with powerful families and extraordinary backgrounds wouldn't dare to do this, but for Yi Zan, it was a common thing. No wonder Han Yu wasn't surprised to see the room full of crystal ice chalcedony. She had seen something even more ridiculous. In comparison, this didn't seem too much. Everyone's expression was extremely complicated. It's nothing special, Yi Zan said nonchalantly. Look at your expressions. I'll give each of you one in the future. One for each person. Such a grand gesture. If it was anyone else, they would definitely think that he was bragging and joking, but if it was Yi Zan, the facts had proven that he had the strength and courage to do so. Listening to his tone and attitude, they had a feeling that the crystal ice chalcedony was really worthless. In the outside world, it was an existence that had a price but no market. Everyone felt a slight pain in their chest as if they had been shot by an arrow. This attitude was probably the difference between people, but at the same time, they felt that it was a little refreshing. It was probably a treasure that was worth tens of thousands of gold and hard to find in the eyes of others. But it could be seen everywhere in Taiching sect like cabbages. Although I feel that it's a waste of a heavenly treasure, I still feel a strange sense of sourness. I feel the same. For a moment, everyone looked at Yi Zan with even more respect. By the way, Sect Master, is there something you need? Han Yu's eyes fell on Yi Zan. Didn't you say you wanted to practice your body techniques? It just so happens that the Great Mountain Protection Array has been completed, and there's nothing else to do. Why don't we do it now? The Sect Master actually wanted to practice body techniques with Yi Zan. What did this Brad do to actually receive such generous treatment from the Sect Master? Xie Yixuan became jealous. The two of them came to the training platform. The other elders and disciples had not left, so they acted as spectators, just in time to observe and learn. Let's start. Han Yu didn't show her strength in order to guide him, but even so, she was astonished to see Yi Zan's body technique. In just a few days, he had already mastered it. If he had more time, he would definitely make great achievements. It must be known that even in the upper realm, this technique was a difficult existence for ordinary people to cultivate. Although it did not depend on level or cultivation, it required extremely high talent and threshold. Some powerhouses even had no chance of cultivating this top-notch body technique because of their lack of perception. She originally thought that it would take Yi Zan at least a few years to be able to get started, but now, according to his state, it seemed that he had already understood it, which was a little unexpected for Han Yu. Han Yu's figure floated like a fairy from the ninth heaven, her every movement exuding an ethereal feeling. Since it was guidance, it was inevitable for the two to have physical contact. As they were entangled, it was as if even their breathing had blended into one, revealing an unspeakable intimacy, as if they were about to kiss. However, Han Yu had always been high and mighty, and she was also giving Yi Zan pointers, so no one thought about it wrongly. Han Yu, on the other hand, was a little uncomfortable, but the words had already been spoken, and it was also what she had promised Yi Zan before, so it was not good to go back on her words. She could only say in a low voice, "Don't come so close." Yi Zan's eyes had a mischievous smile, and he spoke as if he didn't understand. "What did you say, Sect Master? If you don't get closer, how are you going to teach me body techniques? Besides, you promised to spar with me." After saying that, he deliberately blew at Han Yu's ear. Her snow-white ears instantly turned red, and the redness was spreading out like rouge. It was extremely beautiful, but it was hard to notice it hidden in her hair, and the others were far away. Only Yi Zan could see this touching amorous feeling. Han Yu's pupils shrank, and she quickly distanced herself from him like a dancing butterfly. She still looked cold and proud, but her irregular breathing had already betrayed her master's true feelings. Han Yu wanted to say something, but she didn't know if Yi Zan did it on purpose or not, so she didn't say anything. Then she could only say, "Let's train properly." The so-called body technique not only has to be similar in form but also spiritually. Only by grasping the essence of it can you exert the greatest power of the hidden spirit. The moment she finished speaking, Han Yu disappeared from where she was standing. She was really like a fairy from the sky, flying away with the wind. Everyone was dumbfounded. The sect master has disappeared into thin air. Only the elders with decent cultivation levels were able to grasp the technique. They widened their eyes and said in disbelief. The sect master didn't disappear. It's just that her speed was too fast, causing an illusion in our sight. That's why we mistakenly thought that she had disappeared. Yi Zan understood immediately. He focused and calmed down as if he could feel the wind murmuring. When he opened his eyes again, countless transparent threads appeared in his eyes. Following these trajectories, they were the direction the wind was moving in. At this moment, the air was extremely quiet. Yi Zan held his breath and focused as if he was the only one left in the world. There was no noise in his ears, only the sound of the wind whistling. A mysterious world that he had never seen before had revealed the tip of the iceberg. The wind had sound and could leave traces, but this natural power was too wonderful. Even powerful cultivators found it difficult to control, but it gradually became simple for Yi Zan. Everything in the world had its own trajectory. The reason why it couldn't be seen was that it hadn't touched that dimension yet. Yi Zan suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the changing trajectories in the air. The spiritual energy in the world seemed to be attracted by something and gradually circled around the area. He had caught wind. At this moment, Yi Zan had fallen into a wonderful state. He couldn't describe the feeling. It was as if he could tour the world as he wished, even chasing the wind and the moon. Han Yu's speed was unattainable in the eyes of everyone, but to him, it was indeed slowing down a little, and Yi Zan tried to catch up with Han Yu's pace. But in the eyes of the crowd, Yi Zan was still behind Han Yu. The two of them chased each other, and everyone's jealous eyes fell on Yi Zan, wishing that they could replace him, and they turned green with envy. Han Yu looked back and saw where Yi Zan had landed. She couldn't help but be shocked. He had enlightened. At this moment, she also discovered Yi Zan's change and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. She only gave him a little guidance, but this person understood it right away and even drew inferences from it. Such talent even surprised Han Yu. Not only did this require extremely high observation and judgment, but also extreme familiarity with mental cultivation methods. Even in the upper realm, there were few who could be like Yi Zan. With the idea of cherishing talents, Han Yu gave more serious guidance. Xie Yixuan was burning with jealousy. His expression was extremely ugly. He glared at the two people on the stage like a tiger watching its prey that he wanted to see a hole in Yi Zan's body. Elder Yi is too lucky to be able to receive personal guidance from the Sect Master. If only the Sect Master could guide me as well. I'm willing to use 10 years of my life in exchange for this opportunity. I think you should dream. What kind of person is the Sect Master? How could she personally guide you? You can't say that. You still have to dream. What if they come true? I really hope that I'm Elder Yi right now. Their palms touched and separated in midair, and Yi Zan felt the softness of the palm. It was unbelievably soft. As long as he held it gently, water would come out. It also had a bit of the coldness of the owner, like a high-quality cold jade, making people unable to put it down. He couldn't help but pinch it. Han Yu was shocked and embarrassed. She glared at Yi Zan angrily and landed a dozen meters away from him. This time, he couldn't even touch the edge of her clothes, let alone her hand. The two separated as soon as they touched, and the people below didn't see anything unusual. Han Yu's expression calmed down, and her crystal-clear eyes returned to their previous calm appearance. Only Xie Yixuan, who had been paying close attention, noticed something amiss. He clenched his fists so tightly that they creaked. At this moment, he could no longer hold back. Enough! Xie Yixuan flew onto the stage and interrupted their sparring. He glared at Yi Zan. I want to challenge you. The crowd was in an uproar. They did not know what was wrong with Xie Yixuan. The difference in their cultivation levels was like heaven and earth. Yi Zan was only at human realm rank 2, so there was no doubt that he would be crushed by Xie Yixuan. When Xie Yixuan challenged someone of such a level in public, it was inevitable that people would gossip about him. This was clearly bullying. The other elders could not understand why Xie Yixuan would do such a thing. Could it be that Elder Xie is jealous after seeing the Sect Master and Elder Yi sparring? I think there's a high possibility. I heard that Elder Xie has always liked the Sect Master and wanted the Sect Master to be his dual cultivation partner, but the Sect Master was unmoved. Now that she's suddenly so close to Elder Yi, I guess he's anxious. The Sect Master looks like the kind of person who doesn't live in the common world. It's unlikely for either Elder Xie or Elder Yi to have a chance. Hearing the whispers around him, Xie Yixuan clenched his fists subconsciously, but the other person was extremely calm. Yi Zan was not in the mood to waste his time on Xie Yixuan. He walked off the stage and wanted to ignore him, but he was stopped by Xie Yixuan. What? Are you afraid? You're afraid of losing too badly, so you don't dare to accept my challenge. Both of us will be using body techniques to compete. If you lose, you're not worthy of learning such a profound body technique. I want you to give up on your own accord. If you don't dare to compete, it's still not too late to admit defeat now. Yi Zan didn't expect Xie Yixuan to be so persistent. He looked like he wouldn't give up until he got what he wanted. Yi Zan finally glanced at him and said coldly, "Okay, but I have a condition. If you lose, I want to learn the Xie clan's mental cultivation." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. No one had expected Yi Zan to make such a request. The Xie clan had a secret art that was very mysterious. It had always been passed down to only one person, and that person would definitely be the next heir of the Xie clan. It was said that those who cultivated this mental cultivation could improve at a lightning speed and progress rapidly. It was extremely mysterious. With Xie Yixuan's status and being the only son of the Xie clan, there was no doubt that he had already cultivated this mental cultivation. Despite his young age, he had already reached the heaven realm, which showed that his strength was not to be underestimated. In fact, his cultivation was the most outstanding among all the elders. Otherwise, he would not have so many supporters even though he was the 18th elder. Xie Yixuan hesitated. He looked at Han Yu and then at Yi Zan. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "All right, I promise you. You better not go back on your word." Yi Zan gave him a meaningful look. He could use Xie Yixuan to practice and see the effect of his enlightenment. "You're the one who should be regretting it." The moment he finished speaking, Xie Yixuan rushed forward like an arrow. The two shadows quickly entangled with each other. This time, Yi Zan had no intention of hiding. The elders were slightly shocked and couldn't help but sigh, so fast. They almost couldn't see how the two of them made their moves. They could only see afterimages passing through the air, and they could vaguely see their shadows. What surprised everyone was Yi Zan. After all, everyone knew Xie Yixuan's strength. What surprised them was that Yi Zan could actually keep up. His aura was completely different from when he sparred with the Sect master. At this moment, Yi Zan seemed to have changed into a different person. If he was originally a gentle breeze, he was now like a thunderbolt that swept through the world. Could it be that Elder Yi was hiding his strength earlier? When Han Yu heard this, she couldn't help but say, "It's not hiding, it's sudden enlightenment." Everyone's mouth could almost fit an egg. They stuttered, "Sect master, you must be joking. If he could gain enlightenment so easily, it would be too simple." Han Yu didn't look like she was joking. She said calmly, "Yes or no, you will know when you see it." At this moment, Xie Yixuan, who was on the stage, felt great pressure. He immediately put away his contempt and focused his attention. Seeing that he had increased his speed and left Yi Zan behind, he could not help but sigh in relief. His lightning-like speed made the audience gasp in admiration. I knew Elder Xie wouldn't lose. That was just a warm-up. However, Xie Yixuan, who was on the stage, was not as relaxed as everyone thought. Yi Zan followed him like a shadow that he could not get rid of. He gritted his teeth and gathered all the spiritual power in his body. It seemed like he had the upper hand. However, was this the truth? In less than half an hour, the distance between the two of them had narrowed. Xie Yixuan was sweating profusely, while Yi Zan was at ease. Those who didn't know would think that he was taking a walk. The crowd gradually realized that something was wrong. The eighth elder seemed to have noticed something and shouted in surprise. "Did you all notice that the place where Elder Yi is staying is exactly the same as Elder Xi's?" After his reminder, the sharp-eyed crowd realized that the place where Yi Zan landed was exactly the same as Xie Yixuan's. In fact, it even coincided perfectly. The expression on his face could even be said to be at ease, as if it was effortless to do this. And he could skip Xie Yixuan at any time if he wanted to. This result was not beyond Han Yu's expectations. It seemed that she had already known it. Then according to that, doesn't that mean that Elder Yi's body technique has already reached the point of perfection? As long as he wants to, he can at any time. The third elder looked at the elder who had spoken and sternly shouted, "What nonsense are you saying?" Even though he did not finish his sentence, everyone understood what he meant, including Xie Yixuan. Hearing the crowd's discussion, Xie Yixuan was shocked beyond words. It was at this moment of distraction that a man's voice suddenly sounded, "Why did you stop?" It was just a simple sentence, but it was like a heavy hammer that hit Xie Yixuan hard. He turned around and saw Yi Zan's face close to him. The playful smile on his lips pierced his heart again. Xie Yixuan also noticed Yi Zan's movements. He observed carefully. If it was a coincidence for the first time, it could not be a coincidence every time. He knew that it was almost impossible to achieve this. The control of this match had been in Yi Zan's hands from the beginning to the end. To think that Xie Yixuan had been so proud to think that he would be able to shake Yi Zan off. In the end, he was the clown. It was like Yi Zan was playing a game of cat and mouse. No matter how Xie Yixuan ran, he could not escape from Yi Zan's grasp. Looks like there's no suspense in this match. I thought it would be a one-sided fight. After all, Elder Yi is only at Human Realm rank 2. I didn't expect that the opponent would be completely different. You're telling me this is Human Realm rank 2? People would even believe it if you said Heaven Realm? The scene in front of them subverted everyone's worldview. A Human Realm rank 2 warrior could actually do this, even leaving Xie Yixuan, who was a Heaven Realm warrior, with no way out. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it. The comments and surprised looks from the people around him made Xie Yixuan feel as if there was a dagger on his back, and his steps felt like they weighed 1,000 pounds. I've lost. Xie Yixuan looked dejected. No matter how unbelievable he felt, he could not change the fact that he had been defeated. Instead of continuing to embarrass himself, he might as well admit defeat. At least he could save his reputation this way, even though he didn't have much reputation left. I'll give you the mental cultivation later. After saying this, Xie Yixuan left in a hurry. He did not care about everyone's reaction. He just wanted to escape from this place as soon as possible. The scene instantly fell silent. Other than Han Yu, no one had thought that the final winner would really be Yi Zan, much less Xie Yixuan, who would admit defeat so easily. It was only after Yi Zan had walked far away that they reacted. Elder Yi actually won. Ever since Elder Yi took out so many things, I don't find it strange that he beat Elder Xie with his Human Realm rank 2 cultivation. I have the same feeling. Yi Zan still didn't know how much shock he had brought to everyone, so much so that many elders and disciples were talking about it with great interest and discussing it. On Xie Yixuan's side, there was a continuous sound as if something had fallen to the ground. Xie Yixuan's confidant stood at the side, not daring to even breathe. He didn't know how long it had been before it finally quieted down. Then, he carefully raised his head and saw that it was a mess everywhere. There were broken pieces of precious porcelain everywhere. The luxuriously decorated room looked as if it had been ravaged by a storm. Xie Yixuan was the cause of all this. His face was so dark that water could almost drip out of it. "Give this jade slip to Yi Zan." The confidant couldn't help but say, "This is the Xie clan's unique mental cultivation method, and only the family head can learn it. If it's..." When he saw Xie Yixuan's sinister gaze, he did not dare to speak anymore. "Do you think I don't know what you're saying? I've already lost to this extent. If I go back on my word, how can I continue to keep a foothold in Tai Ching's sect?" Although Xie Yixuan was jealous of Yi Zan, he couldn't deny it in front of so many people. Besides, he didn't want to leave a reputation for not keeping his word in front of Han Yu. "So what if I give it to him? Without the guidance of the Xie clan, it'll be difficult for him to even get started, let alone learn. If he can really master it in the future, I'll swallow this jade slip." Xie Yixuan was very confident, but he did not know that in the future, he would regret the decision he had made. He even wanted to slap himself to wake himself up. Of course, these were all things to be said later. Soon, the mental cultivation method was sent to Yi Zan. Looking at the jade slip glowing with white light in his hand, Yi Zan stuck it to his forehead and sent a wisp of spiritual sense into it. A faint chill came, and at the same time, a majestic power gushed out, but it disappeared in an instant. A faint red glow was faintly discernible, and the words, "Holy Light Guide," appeared before his eyes. It was filled with an indescribable power, and then slowly dissipated in the air. At the same time, Yi Zan also knew that the Holy Light Guide was divided into 7 levels, divided according to the levels red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Red was the lowest, and purple was the highest. If he used the Holy Light Guide, it would make his spiritual power purer and increase his combat ability. Yi Zan opened his eyes and felt his heart palpitate. He had only just started cultivating, but he was already full of emotion. The Xie clan's mental cultivation really lives up to its name. This Holy Light Guide is really exquisite. If he could learn this mental cultivation, his strength would definitely increase by a large margin. However, it was a little difficult to learn this mental cultivation, and it was impossible for Yi Zan to ask Xie Yixuan for advice. According to their current relationship, it was a good thing that he did not secretly play dirty tricks. Just as Yi Zan was studying the mental cultivation method, things quickly took a turn for the better. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of using 10,000 crystal ice chalcedony. Mission reward: 1,000 prodigal points. After the challenge was over, Yi Zan gave out the crystal ice chalcedony, almost fulfilling his promise of giving each and every person. Looking at the reward in his account, he added all his prodigal points to the mental cultivation method without hesitation. A flow of energy that was more majestic than before washed Yi Zan's body again and again. If Yi Zan could look inside, he would find that colorful spiritual power was flowing in his meridians. At first, it was just a faint red, like a god of war born in a sea of fire. Then, it slowly rose to orange, and the colors changed as if it had been injected with hormones. Almost every color was repeated. Yi Zan was amazed by the scene in front of him. Yi Zan felt that his entire body was filled with power at the moment. As the color changed continuously, the benefits it brought him were also great. If he was only at the beginner level before, he had a complete understanding of the Holy Light Guide now. His current proficiency was probably even higher than Xie Yixuan's. After an unknown amount of time, the turbulent spiritual power in his body slowly reduced, as if it had finally returned to the calm sea. It looked peaceful and unremarkable, but the surging power beneath it was not common in the mortal world. Once it exploded, it would be even more earth-shaking. The color of his meridians finally stopped changing and slowly stopped at the green level. However, this green was extremely green and revealed a faint blue, as if it could cross this level at any time. He was only 2 steps away from the great circle of perfection of the Holy Light Guide. It should be known that the previous family heads of the Xie clan had never been able to cultivate the perfect realm in their entire lives because the cultivation of the Holy Light Guide was too difficult. The highest level was only the blue level, which was already the maximum. Currently, his talent was the most outstanding, and he was the most favored by the Xie clan. He was also one of the best in the clan. The current Xie Yixuan had just stepped into the door of the yellow level. Because of this, he was known as the most talented person in the Xie clan for 100 years. It was very likely that he would break through the blue level and reach a new level that his ancestors could not reach. If they knew that Yi Zan had cultivated to such a level in such a short time, who knew how they would feel? Xie Yixuan would probably regret it so much that he would lose his reputation. The difference between Xie Yixuan and Yi Zan was like heaven and earth. This level is already not bad. I guess I need a little more prodigal points to reach the perfect state. Yi Zan wasn't a greedy person. Although he wanted to break through in one go, he didn't have any more prodigal points. A familiar prompt appeared in his mind, and he couldn't help but smile. Ding. Random mission. Use 50,000 water and fire talismans, one-time magic treasure used to control the water and fire elements in the air. Its effect depends on the user's spiritual power. Can be used by those without spiritual power. Mission success reward. 2,000 prodigal points. Mission failure will randomly deduct prodigal points. Effective period, 5 days. As the system's voice rang out, a stack of talismans appeared in front of Yi Zan, and the hill-like talismans almost covered the entire floor. Half of the talisman paper was blue, and the other half was red. It was like the two realms of yin and yang, with clear boundaries. The powerful words and mysterious patterns were printed on the talisman paper, causing the rich water and fire elements to permeate the entire talisman paper. One could feel the energy coming from it even before touching it. Water and fire were clearly incompatible and even repelled each other, but on the talisman paper, they were at peace, forming a wonderful balance. However, the water and fire talisman could only be used once. Moreover, only a talisman master who was at least a rank 4 or so could successfully create one. Hence, it was very precious. Yi Zan touched the paper. He didn't know what material it was made of, but it was extremely soft to the touch. It was as if his whole body had fallen into the clouds. And as long as he injected a little spiritual power into the red part, there would be a warm feeling. On the contrary, if he injected it into the blue part, it would be slightly cool, like a breeze in the hot summer. There are really all kinds of strange things in the cultivation world. He couldn't help but sigh. Gu. Yi Zan didn't know if it was because he ate something bad or because he ate too many fruits that had been mixed with the crystal ice chalcedony, but at this moment, his stomach was a little uncomfortable. He squeezed the soft paper in his hand, and the urge became more and more intense. An excellent idea appeared in his mind. At the back mountain of the Taiching sect, rows of low-rise houses were built here, and they were clean and tidy. Incense burners were also placed here to avoid any unpleasant smell. The air was filled with the faint scent of sandalwood, and it was impossible to tell what this place was used for. For cultivators that had not yet reached the state of anadia, and if they did not want to eat, they had to take anadia pills. Unfortunately, anadia pills were not common and were not cheap. Ordinary people could not afford them. Therefore, most people had to eat grains and couldn't avoid going to the toilet. Only those with high cultivation who didn't pursue the desire to fill their stomachs, and with the help of anadia pills, didn't have such a need. Most of the disciples of the Taiching sect did not have high cultivation. After all, they had paid spirit stones to enter, and their aptitudes were mixed. This was why they had specially built a toilet. Soon, a disciple rushed in. After finishing his business, he found that the toilet paper in the basket had been used up. Just as he was at a loss, he heard a movement from the side. Ahem. Li Yu cleared his throat and said awkwardly, "Brother, it's an emergency. Do you have toilet paper?" he asked. Yi Zan, who was squatting in a pit nearby, looked at the small basket not far away. There were some papers in it, which looked extremely rough. Using it would make one's butt feel uncomfortable, and he couldn't help but show a look of disgust. Use this. Yi Zan waved his hand and handed over the water and fire talisman in his hand. He wasn't stingy and handed over a dozen. After all, wiping clean was necessary. Li Yu took it without thinking. He only felt that it was extremely soft, and he didn't think much about it. He thought that this disciple was rich and his family was well off, so the paper he used was more precious. After he had wiped more than half of it, he saw that there was writing on it from the corner of his eye. Could it be some draft paper? Li Yu was also curious. Although it was a little unsightly, he couldn't help but open it. When he saw it, he was instantly stunned. Goodness! Water and fire talismans. He didn't care if he had washed his hands or if his movements were clean and hygienic. He couldn't help but rub his eyes, thinking that he was hallucinating. He muttered to himself. I must be confused. How could I mistake toilet paper for water and fire talisman? However, the feeling in his palm, the words, and the fluctuation of spiritual power on the talisman paper reminded him that this was not a dream. He couldn't care less about his disgust. He reached down and fished out the few pieces of paper. Fortunately, they weren't completely stained by the filth. He spread all the paper. All of them were water and fire talismans. What the hell did he just do? He actually used the precious water and fire talismans to wipe his butt. Li Yu only felt a wave of dizziness, as if he was in a dream. He thought that someone had given him the wrong toilet paper, using such a precious talisman. He stuttered. You gave me the water and fire talismans? Yi Zhan thought that he didn't have enough, so he handed over a dozen more. Yes, it feels better to wipe with these. Looking at the hand that reached over his head and the precious talisman, Li Yu opened his mouth wide and stood up suddenly, not even having the time to pull up his pants. It feels better. These few words were like countless thunderbolts that struck him, and he took a long time to recover. The water and fire talisman could be said to be an extremely practical treasure for cultivators outside. Whether it was to start a fire or to create water, it was very useful. It was equivalent to being able to control dry and wet, cold and hot. If it was used by a person with strong spiritual power, it could even stimulate the power within it, making it a powerful attack or defense. It was an essential item for home travel, murder, and robbery. But now, it was being used for such a thing. There were too many things to complain about, and Li Yu didn't know where to start. Was it because this person was so generous and inhumane that he actually used talisman paper as toilet paper, or did he really use talisman paper to wipe his ass just now, even without knowing it? Now that he knew the truth, he suddenly felt that his butt had become much more precious. He even made up his mind not to take a bath for half a month, or else he would be letting down the talisman he had used to wipe his butt. Looking at Li Yu's back as he ran away, Yi Zhan walked out the door, a little confused. He looked at the talisman in his hand. It's fine if you don't want to use it. Why do I feel provoked? It's obviously very useful. You really don't know what's good for you. Could it be that this group of people were already used to using this kind of rough paper and were not used to using good paper? Yi Zhan could only think of this possibility. No, I have to change this habit. After Li Yu went back, he panted heavily and clutched the talisman in his hand. He still felt like he was in a dream, and his face was still in shock. A hand was placed on his shoulder, which almost frightened him. He turned around and found that it was the other disciples. What's wrong with you? You look like you've seen a ghost. Did you secretly do something bad? Facing the crowd, Li Yu opened his mouth and was about to say something when one of the disciples with sharp eyes found the talisman in his hand and snatched it. Damn, you're good, kid. You actually have such good stuff. Just as Li Yu was about to stop him, he was stopped by the others. You're too stingy. We're just looking at it, and we won't use it. What's wrong with letting us gain some knowledge? Li Yu could only watch helplessly as those people spread out the wrinkled talismans, and one after another, exclamations of surprise rang out. They really are water and fire talismans. I thought I saw wrongly. These disciples were all from ordinary families, so they had never seen such precious talismans. A disciple saw the dried yellow stain on the talisman and couldn't help but touch it. Strange, what is this? He even sniffed it and found it to be an indescribable smell. He watched as they held the talismans as if they were treasures, studying them over and over again. Li Yu died on the spot. His pupils gradually enlarged and became lifeless. If these people knew the origin of the paper, would they? Thinking of the consequences, he quivered, and his expression suddenly became indescribable. He firmly closed his mouth and decided that he would never tell them the truth in this life. Otherwise, they might not be able to remain brothers in the future. However, Li Yu's strange behavior still attracted everyone's questioning. You were so flustered just now, and this talisman paper looks like this. You didn't pick it up, did you? Li Yu shook his head violently. How can there be such a good thing? I can't believe I can actually pick up such precious talismans. That's true. The disciples sized him up, their eyes sweeping back and forth as if they were interrogating a prisoner. So you stole it? No way. Then tell me, where did this talisman come from? Leniency to those who confess, severity to those who resist. The few of them only joked like this because they had a good relationship. In the face of the crowd's repeated questioning, Li Yu finally couldn't hold it in anymore. With a desperate expression, he said, "Someone gave it to me in the toilet." How could there be such a good thing? Everyone's eyes widened. Someone gave him water and fire talisman when he went to the toilet. They subconsciously ignored the location Li Yu mentioned and asked suspiciously, "Are you trying to lie to us? That's why you just made up an excuse." "If I make up an excuse, I'd make a better one. As for creating such an unreliable excuse, if you don't believe me, go and take a look. Maybe that person is still there." Everyone looked at each other and walked toward the back mountain with the idea of exploring. Li Yu wanted to run away, but they also grabbed his shoulders and pulled him back. "You brat, come with us. Let's see if what you said is true." Soon, they arrived at the back of the mountain. From a distance, they saw a man constantly going in and out of a few small rooms. He looked sneaky, and they didn't know what he was doing. Was he a thief? A few of them found it unbelievable. The problem was that there was only a toilet in the back mountain. What was there to steal? "Hey, what are you doing?" Hearing the voice behind him, Yi Zan answered without turning his head, "I'm putting toilet paper." They didn't hear it carefully and thought it was the odd job worker putting toilet paper. They looked around but didn't find the person Li Yu mentioned. When Li Yu heard this voice, he felt that it was extremely familiar. The other disciples walked over and realized it was Yi Zan. They couldn't help but exclaim, "Elder Yi, what are you doing here?" Previously, Li Yu was so shocked that he didn't see clearly who the person was. At this moment, his pupils were constricted, and no one noticed his strange expression. The disciples immediately became reverent and fearful. With the intention of sucking up to him, they snatched the paper from Yi Zan's hand. "Elder Yi, how can you do such a thing? You should rest at the side, we'll help." Yi Zan showed a relieved expression, "Then I'll have to trouble you." Just as the disciple was about to put the toilet paper into the basket, he caught a glimpse of it from the corner of his eye and finally realized that something was wrong. How could this be toilet paper? It was actually the water and fire talisman. Elder Yi, did you take the wrong paper?" he stammered. Yi Zan shook his head. "I didn't take the wrong one, this is it." Using the water and fire talismans as toilet paper. Everyone gasped as if they had thought of something. They subconsciously looked at Li Yu, who was not in a good state. He originally thought that Yi Zan giving him the water and fire talisman was just an accident and an emergency. After all, it was such a precious thing. Now, looking at his posture, could it be that he wanted to change all the toilet paper and let every disciple use the water and fire talismans? "Elder Yi, you're not joking, are you? How can you use the water and fire talisman to wipe?" They really couldn't say the last words. They kept feeling that if they said it, it would taint the water and fire talisman. After all, this was an extremely precious talisman paper, whether it was a household necessity or for plundering. As if they were making a big fuss, Yi Zan smiled lightly. "I think it feels very good to use it. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. He used it just now." Seeing Yi Zan's eyes fall on him, Li Yu suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. As expected, the moment he finished speaking, several pairs of eyes fell on him in unison. At that moment, he finally knew what it meant to have complex feelings. If it was in the modern world, it would simply be a large-scale social death scene. At this moment, the atmosphere was extremely quiet. Yi Zan didn't understand why the disciples had such expressions after hearing it. He was a little puzzled. Those few people finally understood why the talismans they had taken earlier were in that state. It turned out that they had already been used. "Li Yu, I can't live under the same sky as you. You can't blame me. I tried to stop you, but you didn't listen to me." Seeing the few people surrounding him with covetous eyes, Li Yu saw that the situation was not good and quickly ran away. The few of them couldn't care less about the shocking news of Yi Zan changing all the toilet paper into water and fire talismans, and they quickly chased after him. Yi Zan still didn't know what the real situation was and thought that the disciples were just fooling around. He couldn't help but sigh. These disciples are quite energetic. Soon, the news spread like wildfire throughout the entire Tai Ching sect. "Hey, did you know? Elder Yi changed all the toilet paper to water and fire talismans." "You're not joking, are you? The water and fire talismans are so precious. One of them costs a few thousand spirit stones. Even if Elder Yi's family does mine exploitation, it's still unlikely. If you don't believe me, you can go and see for yourself. There's already a long line at the toilet pit in the back of the mountain. Don't blame me for not telling you. If you're late, you won't be able to enjoy it." Initially, everyone was still in doubt as they ran to the back mountain to take a look. Good heavens! The long line of people was so dense that they seemed to have no end in sight. They spread all the way to the foot of the mountain, and soon they became a member of the team. There was a saying that one would not get up early if there were no benefits. If it was a groundless rumor, how could such a scene be possible? Moreover, Li Yu and those few disciples were the best proof. Not to mention that every disciple who came out of the toilet pit had a refreshed expression, and intentionally or unintentionally, they would even say a few words. The feeling of wiping with the water and fire talisman is so good. Although they still felt that it was a waste of God's gift, the moment they used it, it was really good. All kinds of remarks and expressions stimulated the senses of these disciples. For a moment, the people at the back of the line became jealous, and they wished it was their turn to experience this feeling. It was not that there were no greedy disciples, it was just that in such a public place with so many pairs of eyes watching, they could not do anything like stealing the water and fire talismans that were used as toilet paper. It was as if this was a very precious item, even though it was true. However, when everyone used it for this kind of thing, and if one stole it and treated it like a treasure, it would seem a little awkward no matter how they looked at it. When Shen Hai, Xie Yixuan, and the other elders finished their business and returned to the sect, they saw that the sect was almost empty. That's strange. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be so few people at this time. Where did all these disciples go? These elders still didn't know what had happened in the sect. After walking for a long time, they saw a disciple rushing to the back of the mountain. The third elder quickly stopped him and asked, "Where are you going? Where are the other disciples?" The disciple's face was filled with impatience. Who was it that had interrupted him when he was going to the toilet? After seeing their appearance, he said respectfully, "They went to the back mountain, they're all there." After saying this, he ran away without a trace, as if he couldn't catch up with something if he was late, leaving the few elders puzzled. Could it be that some treasure has appeared in the back mountain that made these disciples hurry over? Let's go and see what's going on. When they arrived at the back of the mountain, they saw the dark crowd not far away. It was likely that all the disciples of the Tai Ching sect had gathered here. At the end of the line was the toilet, which made everyone reveal an incredulous expression. "These people are lining up here just to go to the toilet?" the fourth elder asked in disbelief. He had thought that something important had happened, but it turned out that everyone just wanted to use the toilet. Could it be that they had eaten something bad? The more the elders thought about it, the stranger they felt. They didn't know what kind of medicine these disciples had taken. At this moment, Yi Zan walked over leisurely, still carrying the kind of basket used to store toilet paper in his hand. His face immediately showed disdain. With their cultivation and Anadia pills, they didn't need that at all. "Elder Yi, where are you going?" the third elder deliberately asked. "Do you also need to go to the toilet?" The second elder agreed in a strange tone. "Aren't you asking the obvious? What else can one do here if it wasn't to use the toilet? After all, some people's cultivation is low and can't reach our realm." With the two of them echoing each other, if it were anyone else, they would be very ashamed. However, Yi Zan's expression was calm. He shook his head and said, "No, I heard that there might not be enough toilet paper, so I came to change it." Hearing this, the elders looked at each other and felt even more disgusted. They felt that Yi Zan was simply embarrassing them. "You're the head of the Tai Ching sect's elders." Shen Hai was furious. "You've actually lowered your status to do such a depraved thing. It's simply damaging to our reputation. Do you not care about the reputation of the Tai Ching sect?" Even the lowest ranked odd job worker didn't want to do such a thing, but Yi Zan wanted to do it. As an elder, you have to act like an elder. You can't be willful and reckless. If those disciples see your actions, what will they think of us, and what will they think of the Tai Ching sect? Shen Hai began to lecture Yi Zan as the great elder. At this moment, a disciple in front of him ran over in a hurry. "Elder Yi, the water and fire talismans are almost finished." The elders could not help but reveal a puzzled expression. "Water and fire talisman? What water and fire talisman? Didn't he say that he wanted to change toilet paper? How did this have anything to do with the water and fire talisman?" These two things were completely unrelated. Yi Zan handed the basket in his hand to the disciple, "Then go and change it." It was only then that the fourth elder realized that the spiritual power fluctuations coming from the basket were different. He opened it up abruptly, and a stack of water and fire talismans was revealed. What are you guys going to do with so many water and fire talismans? The disciple was used to it, and it was obviously not his first time doing this. He said as if it was a matter of course, to put in the toilet. What do you think could happen? The few elders' eyes suddenly widened when they saw the disciple's calm expression. It made them look like country bumpkins who had just entered the city. Was it them making a fuss, or did this world become a fantasy? The seventh elder's face was full of pain and resentment. Those who didn't know better would think that these belonged to him. Aren't these precious water and fire talismans? How can they be used for such a thing? It's simply a waste of God's gifts? The disciple looked at Yi Zan uneasily. These belong to Elder Yi. Besides, using it feels great. Seeing the elders' faces getting darker and darker, the disciple's voice also became softer and softer. Even so, everyone could still hear the last sentence clearly. This was a treatment that they had never enjoyed before. These disciples had already enjoyed it. For a moment, all the elders felt that they were inferior to others. Wait, that was not the main point. The second elder was filled with righteous indignation. Elder Yi, even if you are rich, you can't squander it like this. You actually dare to use the water and fire talisman to wipe your ass. Don't you know what it's used for? Its effect is far greater than you can imagine. Yi Zan looked at them in confusion. So what? I can do whatever I want with my things. Second elder, if you don't think that's a good idea, just don't use them when the time comes. After saying this, he turned around and left. Looking at Yi Zan's back as he turned and left in a relaxed manner, the others who were left behind looked at each other. Thinking of the crystal ice chalcedony that Yi Zan had given to the sect, it seemed like it wasn't a big deal to replace toilet paper with water and fire talismans. If it was anyone else, they would think that this person was sick or even had a hole in his head, but when it came to Yi Zan, it made a lot more sense because what he did was too shocking. It didn't seem strange since they had seen it so many times. Shen Hai's expression was gloomy. He looked at the disciples around him, who were looking at Yi Zan with admiration and respect, and he subconsciously clenched his fists. He could only watch helplessly as Yi Zan's prestige continued to rise among the disciples, but there was nothing he could do. Elders, what do you think of this matter? The others' expressions immediately became a little strange. In the end, it was the sixth elder who spoke hesitantly. After all, this is Elder Yi's private matter, and we shouldn't interfere too much. The water and fire talismans were Yi Zan's, to begin with, so he could use them however he wanted to. No one else could tell him what to do, not to mention that Yi Zan's status was above theirs. A few of the elders looked at the long line with envy in their eyes. Why could these disciples use it but not them? Once this thought took root, it was like a towering tree that rapidly grew. The seventh elder suddenly clutched his stomach and cried out, I don't know what's going on, but my stomach feels a little uncomfortable. I might have eaten something wrong this afternoon. I'll go first. Good heavens. He beat them to it again. The other elders looked at each other. Everyone present was smart, and they all knew what he was planning. If I'm not mistaken, you didn't eat anything for lunch today, the second elder said with a fake smile. The seventh elder's expression remained the same even though he was exposed. Then it must have been yesterday. I won't talk to you anymore. I'll take my leave first. He ran away like a wisp of smoke and disappeared without a trace. However, there was an additional person in the long line next to them. This sentence was like a switch, and the other elders were the same. Sigh, that's strange. My stomach suddenly feels uncomfortable too. I'll take my leave first. Me too. In the end, they didn't even bother to find an excuse and directly ran to line up. They even used their status as an elder to cut the queue. In the end, there were only a few people left. Instead, there were a few more familiar faces on the team. Shen Hai, Xie Yixuan, and the others' faces were getting darker and darker. They were so gloomy that they could almost drip water. This group of people is simply shameless, the second elder said indignantly. As an elder, they've lowered their own status and mixed with these disciples just to go to the toilet. It's an insult to their reputation. They're a disgrace to us. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, and his face was extremely red. Great elder, just you wait. I'll go and call them back now and let them understand the seriousness of the matter. The second elder ran over as well. At this point, only Shen Hai and Xie Yixuan were left. Their faces were as ugly as they could be. Finally, they snorted and left. They would rather die than use Yi Zan's things. On the other side of the group, the third elder, fourth elder, fifth elder, and the others looked at the aggressive second elder and revealed a tacit smile. What a coincidence. Second elder, are you here to use the toilet too? He suddenly changed the topic, and his face changed. You want to cut the queue? No way, line up behind. The disciples at the back of the line looked at the few extra people in front of them and couldn't help but criticize in their hearts. They were truly shameless. They actually cut the queue just because they were an elder. However, they did not dare to say anything. On the other side, the messenger from Shang Yan sect was about to arrive. When the nearby sects saw a new sect being established, they would send messengers to the sect. On the surface, it was to congratulate them, but in reality, it was to investigate the actual situation and assess the strength of the sect. After all, the resources were limited. If someone suddenly appeared to take a share, it would definitely affect their own interests. It was said that one would pick the soft persimmons to pinch. If the sect was strong, one would be on good terms with them. On the other hand, if the sect was weak, the resources given would be reduced, and they might even be pushed aside and suppressed. That was why Han Yu placed so much importance on the construction of the Great Mountain Protection Array. After all, it was the sect's reputation. Xixia Mountain Range. A group of people was walking. They were all wearing white robes with auspicious cloud patterns embroidered on their sleeves and chests. The leading old man had a cloud pattern on his chest. Not only was it made of golden thread, but there were 5 of them. It was clear that he had a high status. The aura coming from his body was even more oppressive. He was Heaven Realm rank 2. He was the 3rd elder of the Shang Yan sect, Yan Tianyi. He led a few other disciples to give the Tai Ching sect a show of strength. To be more precise, they wanted to issue a challenge. In my opinion, the sect master is too cautious. It's just a letter of challenge. Why did he send so many of us? You can't say that. I heard that the sect master of the Tai Ching sect is extremely powerful. She's also a beautiful woman. So what if she's powerful? She's just a flower vase. I heard that the Tai Ching sect doesn't look at talent when selecting disciples, only spirit stones. I'm dying of laughter. Isn't this child's play? I think the strength of the Tai Ching sect is just so-so. Maybe even the Great Mountain Protection Array is like paper. The disciples of the Shang Yan sect were all discussing this matter. Their words were filled with contempt and disdain. Soon, they arrived at the gate of the Tai Ching sect. The 3rd elder of the Shang Yan sect has come to visit. There weren't any other disciples at the main entrance, and the Shang Yan sect disciples couldn't help but frown. What's the matter with the people of the Tai Ching sect? They don't even have a disciple to guard the gate. If there is an invasion, wouldn't they be able to come in openly? When they saw that there were no traces of any array in the surroundings, the disdain in their hearts reached a peak. They haven't even set up the Great Mountain Protection Array. What a joke. But it's normal if you think about it. After all, they were established not long ago. They don't have the manpower and strength to build a decent array. The people from Shang Yan sect didn't even wait for the announcement to be made before they entered. It was extremely impolite to do so, not to mention that they were in the territory of another sect. This meant that they didn't care about the Tai Ching sect at all. However, just as they were about to step in, a light blue light suddenly lit up, and a cold chill invaded. Even Yan Tianyi was intimidated by the aura. Every pore on his body was screaming danger as if he was being stared at by some unknown existence. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and pulled the disciple back. Be careful. A sharp icicle brushed past him and fell to the ground. Looking at the light blue light shield in front of them, almost the entire Tai Ching sect was covered in it. The sun was shining brightly at this moment, but the people of Shang Yan sect felt as if they were in the middle of winter. The disciple looked at the icicle under his feet. It was only half a step away from landing on him, and his back was covered in a cold sweat. The light shield was cold, and the powerful energy fluctuation was like an invisible slap on the faces of the people from the Shang Yan sect. Even Yan Tianyi was quite afraid. He said in disbelief, "This is actually the mountain protection array of the Tai Ching sect." No wonder there was no one at the entrance of the Tai Ching sect, and there was no need to worry about outsiders barging in. With this array alone, if one's strength was not strong enough, they would suffer even if their reaction was half a beat slower. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a light blue crystal on the array leg, and he finally knew why it had such great power. It was just the array leg, but there were already several pieces of crystal ice chalcedony. The others followed Yan Tianyi's gaze and gasped, "I am not seeing things, am I? This is crystal ice chalcedony." No wonder this array was so powerful. The crystal ice chalcedony, which was extremely rare, was priceless. As an array material, it could display its greatest effect. Who wouldn't want it at the array core? This was the first time they had seen someone place it on the array leg, and it was more than one. It was too extravagant and wasteful. The fluctuations of the array attracted the attention of the Tai Ching sect, and soon someone came out to welcome them. We are the messengers of the Shang Yan sect. Yun Tianyi's attitude was no longer the same as before. He sized up the disciple in front of him without making a sound. In their original plan, they should have come to the Tai Ching sect arrogantly to issue a challenge, but after what had just happened, he was uncertain and did not dare to act rashly. He still planned to probe the situation before making a decision. Coincidentally, the one receiving them was Li Yu. He courteously welcomed Yun Tianyi and the others inside. Your sect is so generous to use the crystal ice chalcedony on the array leg. Yun Tianyi probed without changing his expression. This is nothing, Li Yu couldn't help but say. He seemed to have thought of something, but he hesitated. Listening to his accustomed tone, the messengers from Shang Yan sect couldn't help but be surprised. Tai Ching sect was actually so arrogant that any random disciple had such an expression and attitude. If they knew what Li Yu had gone through, it would not be difficult to understand. Soon, they stepped onto the steps. One of the disciples lowered his head and instantly realized that something was wrong. He stuttered, "Third elder, look at these steps." Yun Tianyi was deep in thought when he was interrupted by someone. He was instantly displeased. What's there to see about the stairs? His eyes followed the flow of the conversation even though he said that. In an instant, his eyes widened so much that they almost fell out. Yun Tianyi rubbed his eyes, almost thinking that he was hallucinating due to his old age. He didn't know whether to lift his foot or put it down. It could be said that he was in a dilemma. It was at this moment of distraction that he slipped and almost fell down the steps. Fortunately, Li Yu, who was beside him, saw it quickly and caught him. He asked with concern, "Elder, are you all right?" Facing Li Yu's concern, Yun Tianyi forced a smile. "I'm fine." The steps were inlaid with countless night luminescent pearls, making the ordinary path look extraordinary. It was as if this was a stairway to heaven. As far as the eye could see, there were countless night luminescent pearls along the way. They were like a group of stars shining and falling into the mortal world. They continued to extend into the distance, almost blinding their eyes. The sun's rays were reflected on it, and from a distance, it looked like a flowing galaxy, and walking on this path felt like a road to immortality. This can't be night luminescent pearls, right? Even if Yun Tianyi wanted to deny it, the light emitted by the night luminescent pearls was definitely real. It was almost comparable to the radiance of the sun. There was no possibility of it being fake. Moreover, looking at the quality of these night luminescent pearls, they were all full and round, which could be considered the best grade. If it were not for Li Yu's presence, a few of the disciples from the Shang Yan sect would have dug them out to take a look. After all, this was someone else's territory, and they couldn't do such a rude thing. Does the Tai Ching sect actually use so many night luminescent pearls to pave the ground? The disciples of the Shang Yan sect couldn't help but start to speculate if Tai Ching sect was doing this on purpose. After they stepped on it, if they accidentally broke it, they would look for an opportunity to extort a sum. Looking at how the people from Shang Yan sect were being cautious with their steps, Li Yu was used to it and replied, "Yeah." This word, which was said in a light tone, brought a huge blow to everyone. Seeing that Li Yu's expression did not look like he was joking, they felt that they were making a big fuss out of nothing. It was to the point that everyone had the illusion that this was not some priceless night luminescent pearls but an ordinary stone on the roadside. At first, Li Yu and the others were not used to it either. In fact, their reaction was even more exaggerated than the disciples of the Shang Yan sect at the beginning. However, after walking for a long time, they realized that it was just so-so. Moreover, Yi Zan's work was earth-shattering, so using the night luminescent pearls to pave the path was nothing. Li Yu was leading the way in front. He didn't think too much and asked without turning his head, "Don't tell me your sect doesn't have one?" For a moment, the atmosphere was extremely quiet. The mood of the Shang Yan sect disciples was as if a bottle of seasoning had been knocked over. Suddenly, they had complex feelings. Originally, the disciples were all looking down on people with their noses up in the air. They looked down on a small sect like the Tai Ching sect. At this moment, the arrogance on their faces was restrained. There was even some respect and fear. Even an ordinary disciple like Li Yu seemed to be somewhat superior in their eyes. Not to mention the night luminescent pearls, even the entire sect only had a dozen night luminescent pearls. How could they be as bold as the Tai Ching sect? Li Yu realized that he had said something wrong, but he realized later that not everyone was as abnormal as Yi Zan, and a faint sense of pride rose in his heart. He wasn't a fool. When he first saw Yan Tianyi and the others, he naturally felt their condescending and high and mighty attitude. However, this attitude immediately changed after they saw the situation inside Tai Ching sect. Everyone who came was a guest. In order to avoid awkwardness, Li Yu quickly changed the topic. We'll be reaching our training platform soon. The moment he finished speaking, a gust of wind suddenly blew over. Swish! Something fell on the face of a disciple from the Shang Yan sect. He took it down and saw that it was a water and fire talisman. Could it be that someone was fighting on the training platform at this moment? Good heavens, water and fire talismans were used right off the bat. Looks like the battle was pretty intense. He could use this opportunity to understand the strength of the Tai Ching sect. Even though he had suffered such a huge blow, Yan Tianyi still had his duty and did not forget his original goal. I wonder if we can go and take a look. Li Yu gave them a strange look. He knew what the water and fire talisman were used for, but since Shang Yan sect had made such a request, he couldn't reject them. Yan Tianyi felt uncomfortable under his gaze, and his faint mutter could be heard. What's there to see about cleaning? Cleaning? Before he could figure out the meaning of these words, the group of people had already arrived at the training platform. Upon seeing the scene on the stage, the disciples of the Shang Yan sect, including Yan Tianyi, were completely dumbfounded. A few disciples dressed in odd job workers' clothes were sweeping the stage with their brooms and other tools. The entire sky was filled with water and fire talismans. However, by casually pouring some spiritual power into the blue part, the talisman paper would fall to the ground, and a large pool of water would appear, which would then be cleaned by the disciple. Seeing that it was about time, he injected spiritual power into the red part. The temperature of the air instantly rose, and all the water vapor evaporated, revealing a new ground. What happened to the intense battle? This was completely different from what they had imagined. The atmosphere fell into a dead silence again. In order to ease the awkwardness, Li Yu said, "I've embarrassed myself. Today is the day of cleaning." These odd job workers are all busy doing their chores and didn't notice the arrival of outsiders. Yan Tianyi's mind seemed to have crashed as he expressionlessly replied, "Does Tai Ching sect use water and fire talismans for cleaning?" With the odd job workers' smooth movements, it was obvious that it was not the first time they had been using it. Li Yu nodded. "It's quite useful. You can try it out when you have time. Besides, it's not just used for cleaning." Thinking of what had happened at the back of the mountain, Li Yu felt that it would not be cultured to mention it in front of outsiders, so he did not say it out loud. The water and fire talismans were sharp weapons that could release strong spiritual power according to their owner's cultivation when it was injected into them. However, they were used for such a thing. There was no need to use an ox cleaver to kill a chicken. It would be overkill. Looking at Li Yu's bright and kind smile with a justified expression without even the slightest hint of inappropriateness, Yan Tianyi felt that Li Yu was somewhat unfathomable and couldn't help but quiver. The Shang Yan sect disciple took a deep breath and calmed down after a long time. He lowered his voice and asked, "Third elder, are we still giving the letter of challenge?" Yan Tianyi glared at the disciple and then sneaked a glance at Li Yu as if he was afraid of being heard. "Do you want to die? Do you really think that our sect has the ability to do so?" Although Yan Tianyi didn't want to admit it, the truth was right in front of him. They had originally thought that Tai Ching sect was a small organization that was built in the deep mountains and old forests in shambles, but who would have thought that it was so powerful? Thinking of the words they had said on the way, a sense of shame and embarrassment spread in their hearts. Shang Yan sect was also a well-established sect that had been established for more than 100 years. The sect had a deep foundation and was quite famous in the vicinity. It boasted that its strength was not bad. But now, compared to this newly established Tai Ching sect, it was nothing. It was simply like the difference between cloud and mud. Yan Tianyi subconsciously clenched the letter of challenge in his hand and shakily stuffed it back into his sleeve. What was the point of challenging? There was no doubt about the outcome. It was simply a dimension reduction attack. He had to hurry back and report this. Tai Ching sect must not be offended. I just remembered that we forgot to bring the gifts. We'll visit another day." After saying this, Yan Tianyi didn't wait for Li Yu's response and watched them walk away. No matter how one looked at their backs, they seemed to be fleeing in panic. Li Yu could not help but scratch his head. That's strange. What's going on with them? He said. Didn't they say that the messenger from the Shang Yan sect has arrived? Where are they? The elder who was sent to receive them was Yi Zan, but he didn't see anyone at the moment. Li Yu flashed a warm smile. Elder Yi, you're here. I don't know what's going on with that group of people from Shang Yan sect. They said that they forgot to bring a gift and then ran back in a hurry. Yi Zan didn't think anything was wrong. If that's the case, then forget it. Didn't they say anything? After all, according to Han Yu's previous speculations, Shang Yan sect and the others definitely didn't come with good intentions. They should have left a letter of challenge or something. Li Yu touched his chin. Although it's a little arrogant, most sects have this bad habit. After some friendly communication, their attitude becomes better. I didn't sense any hostility, and they looked quite friendly. Anyone who had seen so much crystal ice chalcedony and night luminescent pearls on the ground, and also water and fire talismans being used as cleaning tools would not be able to calm down. After all, their sect didn't have a god like Yi Zan. The people of the Tai Ching sect did not expect that the Shang Yan sect, which they were still afraid of, would leave just like that. They did not even see them. It felt like a tiger's head and a snake's tail. At this moment, Yun Tianyi and the others hurried back to the sect. When they saw them, they were shocked. Third Elder, why are you back so soon? Yun Tianyi didn't even bother to take a sip of his tea. I have something important to report to the sect master. The disciple didn't dare to delay after seeing his expression. Very quickly, the sect master and the other elders of the sect were all dumbfounded after hearing Yun Tianyi's story. No matter how they listened, they couldn't help but feel that it was unrealistic. The Tai Ching sect was actually so strong. Countless crystal ice chalcedony? Night luminescent pearls? The water and fire talismans were used for cleaning? Everyone's eyes fell on Yun Tianyi as if there was something wrong with his head. Elders who didn't get along with Yun Tianyi sneered. Elder Yun, have you also lost your mind after going out? Yun Tianyi coldly snorted, if you don't believe me, you can go and see for yourself. Then, you'll know if I'm telling the truth. Moreover, these disciples can testify for me. Yun Tianyi didn't seem to be lying. Moreover, the disciples were also speaking with conviction. Even so, everyone was still in disbelief. It was no wonder that they were so suspicious. If Yun Tianyi and the others had not seen it with their own eyes, they would have found it hard to believe. Could it be that you have been fooled by an illusion? It must be a trick deliberately set up by the people of the Tai Ching sect to confuse your vision. Thinking back to the scene, Yun Tianyi and the other disciples felt as if they were in an illusion. The other disciples could easily be confused, but not Yun Tianyi. Whether it's an illusion or reality, I can still clearly distinguish it. The sect master of the Shang Yan sect and the others were shocked. Their eyes turned serious. It seems that we have misjudged. The power of the Tai Ching sect is far beyond our expectations. At this moment, he couldn't help but rejoice that Yun Tianyi was cautious and didn't act rashly. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable if he provoked such a behemoth. Just the crystal ice chalcedony and night luminescent pearls of the Tai Ching sect alone could probably smash people to death. Then what should we do now, sect master? We can only be on good terms with the Tai Ching sect, but we cannot offend them. Pass down my order to prepare a generous gift, and the great elder shall send it personally. There was no such thing as an impervious wall in this world. Soon, the other sects nearby knew that the people of the Shang Yan sect had prepared a big gift and carried it to the Tai Ching sect in a mighty manner. Who didn't know why the Shang Yan sect had sent a messenger to the Tai Ching sect? It was to give them a taste of their own medicine. If they had not been one step ahead of the other sects would have done the same. But now that Yun Tianyi had returned in a hurry, the Shang Yan sect's attitude had changed greatly. They were even preparing to send the gifts back to Tai Ching sect. Their attitude was completely different. Many people were amazed by this strange thing. Hey, did you guys hear? Shang Yan sect is planning to send a lot of gifts to the Tai Ching sect. It seems like they want to be on good terms? Who are those people from the Shang Yan sect? Don't they always boast of their outstanding strength and profound heritage? They look down on these small sects, let alone the newly established Tai Ching sect. Who knows? I heard that their third elder went over in the morning to issue a challenge, but for some reason, he rushed back in a hurry and ended up like this. Could it be that there's some mystery in Tai Ching sect that made Shang Yan sect change their mind? It's too strange. The crowd was in a heated discussion. The news was quickly spread to the people of the Blood Soul sect. Just from the name, One could tell that the people of this sect were not good people. And the fact was that most of the disciples here were bandits. All of them were extremely evil people. Relying on their superb strength, they did evil things, bullied the good, and were afraid of evil. That old man from Shang Yan sect is too cowardly. To think that he even bragged about being from a big sect. He actually sucked up and put down his pride to befriend a small sect that had just been established. But from this, it seems that the Tai Ching sect should have a lot of good things. It was likely that the members of the Blood Soul sect had also received the news. However, they did not think that it was as exaggerated as the rumors. If they were able to see it with their own eyes, they would definitely discover that the rumors were true. In my opinion, the people from Shang Yan sect are stupid. They should have just robbed them. I don't think that a small sect has the ability to fight back. Why did they have to come up with such a hypocritical plan? A few disciples at the side revealed a lecherous smile as they thought of something. I heard that the sect master of the Tai Ching sect is a rare beauty. It's a good time to snatch her back and make her the wife of our sect master. The sect master of the Blood Soul sect smiled in satisfaction. Then, as you said, let's see what kind of divine being the Tai Ching sect is. However, he didn't know that this was the most regretful and last decision he had ever made in his life. The setting sun was like blood, and the originally green mountain range was inexplicably coated with a layer of blood-red light. The patrolling disciples of the Tai Ching sect rubbed their eyes, thinking that they were hallucinating. They couldn't help but mumble, "That's strange. The sun hasn't even set yet, but why does it look like sunset already?" However, that thing could still move quickly. In just a moment, it was almost right in front of them. When they saw it clearly, they realized that it was not a sunset, but a blood cloud. The disciples of the Tai Ching sect looked at the blood cloud not far away and felt an unfathomable pressure coming from it. They suddenly felt that something was wrong. This is bad. An enemy attack. The moment they finished speaking, a burst of strange laughter was heard. The blood cloud stopped above the Tai Ching sect. The red light shot in all directions and was suddenly shrouded in an extremely ominous light. The bright red flag fluttered in the wind, floating in the center of the blood cloud. The huge bright red word, blood, was imprinted on it. The blood on it seemed to be alive, so bright that it could almost drip blood. It's the Blood Soul sect. The disciples of the Tai Ching sect were furious. They recognized the symbol of the notorious Blood Soul sect. Yi Zan and several other elders rushed over after hearing the news. At this moment, Han Yu seemed to be busy and was not in the sect. Where's the sect master? Where did the sect master go? The disciples were like ants on a hot pan. The Blood Soul sect came with a menacing momentum, and it was obvious that they were not good people. Moreover, their reputation was clearly displayed. The sect master has gone out to attend to some matters. She didn't reply to my messages, so I don't think she'll be back for a while. The great elder and the others aren't here either. Upon hearing this news, all the disciples felt as if they had lost their parents. The first thought in their minds was that they were finished. Han Yu was their strongest fighter, but she wasn't here, and the other powerful elders weren't here either. How could they resist the Blood Soul sect's attack? Could it be that the heavens want the Tai Ching sect to be destroyed? Many disciples and even some elders revealed a look of despair. The people of the Blood Soul sect admired their expressions with great interest, like cats toying with mice. They were not in a hurry to attack. Only one person present had the calmest expression. Yi Zan looked at the scene above the Tai Ching sect and said with some confusion, "Are you guys all right? The others haven't even started to fight, but you're all scared out of your wits." It seemed to make sense. Seeing Yi Zan's arrival, for some reason, the crowd's panic lessened a little, and they barely managed to regain some of their consciousness. Many disciples asked nervously, "Elder Yi, what should we do now?" "Wait," Yi Zan said lightly. Not to mention that his appearance really gave off the feeling of a master beyond the world, which frightened many people for a moment. "Wait." All the disciples had a row of question marks on their heads. Although they didn't know what it meant, even Yi Zan wasn't in a hurry, so it seemed that they were no longer so anxious. "People of the Tai Ching sect, listen up. If you're sensible, hand over the crystal ice chalcedony, night luminescent pearls, water and fire talismans, and maybe we can consider sparing your lives." It turned out that they were here for these precious materials. Yi Zan knew that if the news spread, there would definitely be people who couldn't sit still. Looking at the group of people walking out of the blood cloud, Yi Zan was surprised to find a few familiar faces. What a fellow! Wasn't he the one who wanted to rob Yi Zan when he first came to this world? He didn't expect that he would suddenly become a member of the Blood Cloud sect. Enemies meet on a narrow road. Yi Zan's eyes glowed. He recognized the group of people, but they obviously didn't recognize him. Everyone glanced at Yi Zan quietly. Seeing that he did not react, they didn't say anything. In the past, they would have thought they were crazy to place their hopes on a human realm rank 2, but Yi Zan was different. The people from Tai Ching's sect thought that since Yi Zan could easily take out so many things, he must have some other tricks up his sleeve. That was why they weren't afraid at all. It was probably this inexplicable confidence that supported them that the panic faded, and the expressions on their faces became calmer. Moreover, he was the head of the elders handpicked by the sect master, so he must have some special ability. However, in the eyes of the Blood Soul sect, this expression was undoubtedly a provocation. The people of the Tai Ching sect were actually indifferent. How dare you? I think you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Then I'll show you what we're made of. Roar. They heard a shrill howl that sounded like the wail of ghosts and the howl of wolves. It was as if everyone's eardrums were about to be pierced. The word, blood, on the flag seemed to come to life and kept squirming. It was so glaring that it almost hurt one's eyes. If one looked at it a few more times, they would only feel a splitting headache, as if their head was going to explode. With the cultivation of the Tai Ching sect disciples, they could not bear it at all. They quickly lowered their heads, and the discomfort of their eyes getting bloodshot and their eyeballs about to fall out reduced. Yi Zan, on the other hand, didn't feel much. After looking at it carefully, he couldn't help but comment, "This word is too ugly." He didn't know if it was an illusion, but the word, blood, became extremely distorted in an instant, and the shadow of a skeleton was about to come out. In an instant, the sky changed color, the sun and the moon lost their light, and a huge skeleton condensed in the air, staring at the Tai Ching sect like a tiger watching its prey. Two balls of ghost fire flickered up and down in its dark eyes as if it had been given life. The skeleton's mouth opened and closed, and its cold voice seemed to drift from the 9 netherworlds, carrying a bone-piercing chill. "I can still give you one last chance. It's not too late to regret now." Yi Zan walked out slowly. "I should be the one telling you this sentence." The person controlling the skeleton had obviously seen Yi Zan's level through. His strange laughter drifted off above the Tai Ching sect, and his words revealed disdain and contempt. "You're just a human realm rank 2, yet you're so arrogant. If you want to die, I'll grant you your wish." Black smoke came out of the mouth and blocked the sun's light. It was as if the whole world was shrouded in darkness. Along with the black smoke, thousands of vengeful spirits and ghosts came out. They were so densely packed that it made people shiver. The evil energy spread all over the place, and it was obvious that it was extremely difficult to deal with. It was also something they couldn't deal with at all. Their eyes flashed with fierceness, and they had sharp fangs. If his body was bitten, he would probably lose a piece of flesh even if he didn't die. "What should we do now? We won't really die here, right? If I had known earlier, I would have given them the things." The timid disciples' teeth were already chattering, and even their voices were mixed with sobs. Some of them were quite brave. "What are you crying for? At most, we'll have a bowl-sized scar on our heads, and the sect master will avenge us." The wind was howling outside, and the temperature was extremely low. However, they didn't notice that the ground had already formed a layer of light blue ice crystals. The people of the Blood Soul sect definitely knew that the Tai Ching sect had a great mountain protection array, but they didn't take it seriously. In a flash, countless vengeful souls gushed out. However, just as they stepped into the gate of the Tai Ching sect, the originally dim and almost negligible light suddenly brightened. Ah! Ghostly wails and wolf howls rose and fell. The blue light was like a huge tsunami rapidly spreading and rippling in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the world was cleansed, and all the vengeful souls were annihilated. Not even a residue was left behind. It was unbelievably clean. Not only did the Blood Soul sect not react to this sudden change, but even the people from the Tai Ching sect did not react. Their mouths were wide open, and an egg could be stuffed inside. "This is too amazing." Everyone was overjoyed when they came back to their senses. So this was what Yi Zan meant when he said wait. Many people cried tears of joy. "That's great, we're saved. The Great Mountain Protection Array is so powerful. I'm sure it'll be able to last until the sect master and the others return." Yi Zan still had a calm expression as if everything was within his expectations. After all, this was an array built with thousands of crystal ice chalcedony. Even if it was an ordinary array, it could instantly become extraordinary. One had to know that an ordinary person would at the most place one in the array core. Yi Zan was so generous that he placed dozens or even hundreds of them on the array leg. It could be said to be impregnable. It was definitely not something that the Blood Soul Sect could easily break in. Therefore, the people of the Blood Soul Sect originally thought that it would be easy to break through the Great Mountain Protection Array. In fact, it was as difficult as ascending the sky. The figure of the huge skeleton in the air instantly shrank by more than half. It could be seen that the vengeful spirits were also part of its strength. As they dissipated, the skeleton also weakened a lot. What the hell? The group of people was dumbfounded when they saw the light blue light shield. Even their Blood Soul Sect's Great Mountain Protection Array was not so strong. However, what made people's hearts ache even more was the skeleton in midair. One had to know that this was a supreme-grade magic weapon that the Sect Master had lent them, but now, regardless of whether it was the vengeful spirits or the black gas, they had been mostly worn down, and they were not as intimidating as before. If the Sect Master asked, he would not be able to answer. Damn it. I'm going to use your blood to comfort the souls on the magic weapon. We'll use this to make up for our losses. The Blood Soul Sect's people gritted their teeth. At this moment, they wanted nothing more than to drag out the people from the Tai Ching sect. Knowing that the array was protecting them and that the Blood Soul Sect wouldn't be able to break through it in a short time, the Tai Ching sect disciples regained their confidence. If you have the ability, then come in first. I'm just afraid that some people won't dare to do so. Don't blame us for not warning you. Be careful not to end up like those vengeful spirits and malicious ghosts. The words of the Tai Ching sect disciples echoed each other, almost infuriating the Blood Soul Sect people to death. The people from the Blood Soul Sect were so angry that they laughed sinisterly. Do you think we can't do anything just because of this? I'd like to see how hard this turtle shell is. The disciples of the Blood Soul Sect mumbled some incantations, and the elders in the lead formed complicated seals with their hands. They drew a line in the air, and in an instant, countless black gas drilled out of the ground. Cold wind and thousands of ghosts howled. It was as if all the evil auras in the world had gathered here. It must be known that this was the most powerful magic weapon in the hands of the Blood Soul Sect's sect master. Although he was not present, there were still a few elders present. It was more than enough to deal with the people of the Tai Ching sect. In that instant, it was as if even the light blue light had dimmed. The elder of the Blood Soul Sect cut his wrist, causing blood to spray out. All of it was absorbed by the skeleton, causing its body to expand once again, making up for the injuries it had suffered. The other disciples behind him did the same. Blood flowed on the ground, forming an extremely evil array. A dark red light was faintly visible, and a blood shadow that covered the sky appeared behind the skeleton. At this moment, a powerful pressure came from the air, like an invisible hand, grabbing the hearts of the Tai Ching sect disciples. Even with the Great Mountain Protection Array blocking, the terrifying aura still leaked in, and their faces became a little pale. A disciple couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He spoke with some hesitation, "Elder Yi, this array wouldn't." Without any hesitation, Yi Zan said firmly, "It won't." Even so, the disciples were still a little frightened because the aura emitted by the creature above their heads was too terrifying. However, the Blood Soul Sect's people had already lost their patience. They revealed cruel and bloodthirsty expressions. It was clear that the Tai Ching sect's previous series of actions had completely enraged them. Suppress. The incomparably huge skeleton pressed down just like that. It was direct and violent, and it actually wanted to raze the entire Tai Ching sect to the ground. At this moment, Yi Zan stepped forward. "Elder Yi, don't. Elder Yi, be careful. Come back quickly," the group of disciples shouted. Looking at the black shadow descending from above, it was like the end of the world. All the disciples were shocked, not knowing if the Great Mountain Protection Array could withstand it. The first to bear the brunt was Yi Zan. They subconsciously closed their eyes, unable to bear to watch the cruel scene. No one noticed that Yi Zan's fingertips flew out several streams of spiritual power and suddenly injected them into all the legs of the array. In an instant, the entire array was completely activated. As mentioned before, although Yi Zan was at Human Realm Rank 2, he had more than 70 spirit points in his body after the system's marrow cleansing, and each spirit point had a huge amount of spiritual energy. If he wanted to advance, he had to fill every spirit point. Although he would advance slower than others, his spiritual energy had also reached a level that ordinary people could not imagine. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was like a perpetual motion machine. Even a peak sky-ranked cultivator might not have that much spiritual energy to use. To him, injecting a little spiritual energy into each array core was nothing more than a drizzle. It was a matter that required no effort at all. Countless rays of icy blue light rose from every corner of the Tai-Ching sect and converged into the array core. The light of the crystal ice chalcedony suddenly bloomed as if a second sun had risen. The light blue dragon body descended from the sky and pounced on the people of the Blood Soul sect with a destructive force. The group of people on top of the skeleton sensed the huge pressure, and their pupils shrank. They realized that something was wrong, but it was too late for them to regret it. This kind of power. No, it was too late for the skeleton to escape. The ice dragon arrived in front of them at lightning speed. It opened its mouth and swallowed the entire skeleton. Bang! With a loud bang, everyone's ears began to ring, and coupled with the blinding light, they all fell into a temporary state of blindness and deafness. A huge mushroom cloud suddenly rose above the Tai-Ching sect. Even the people from Shang Yan sect, who were rushing over to deliver the gifts, noticed it. Not far away, the earth trembled, and countless birds flew into the air. All the Shang Yan sect disciples were shocked. What's going on? Yun Tianyi and the other elders looked into the distance. The commotion was coming from the Tai-Ching sect. Could it be that something has happened in the Tai-Ching sect? When the mushroom cloud dispersed, light blue crystals floated in the sky like snowflakes, washing away all the filth. Even the huge skull had completely disappeared. No one knew what had just happened, but they could remember that it was Yi Zhan who had stood in front of them, so there was no doubt that it was his work. Everyone was in disbelief. How did Elder Yi do it? Although I knew that Elder Yi was very powerful, I didn't expect him to be this terrifying. Everyone gasped and looked at Yi Zhan as if he was a super expert, but he usually hid his strength. The group of disciples looked like they had just survived a disaster. They looked at the Blood Soul sect disciples who had fallen to the ground, all of them seriously injured. When such a huge skeleton crashed into them, they originally thought that the Great Mountain Protection Array would not be able to support it at all. Who would have thought that the unlucky ones would actually be the people of the Blood Soul sect? Just this. I thought you guys had some ability, but it's just a big show. You were so scary earlier. You even wanted my life. Now, let's see who wants whose life. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Now you're in our hands. At this moment, the Blood Soul sect disciples had lost all their cultivation and were like fish on an anvil. The disciples looked down on them, and the positions of the two sides had been completely reversed. Looking at the disciples of the Tai-Ching sect walking over, their faces could not help but reveal an extremely frightened expression. Don't come over. After dealing with the Blood Soul sect disciples, the people from Tai-Ching sect could be considered to have vented their anger. At this moment, Han Yu and the others had not returned, so everyone's eyes fell on Yi Zhan. In the battle just now, not only did Yi Zhan step forward bravely, but he also demonstrated his skills. At this moment, he had become everyone's backbone. In these people's hearts, his prestige was no less than Han Yu's. Elder Yi, what should we do next? If the people of the Blood Soul sect see that their elders and disciples have not returned, they will definitely send more people over. At that time, a fierce battle will be inevitable. At most, we'll go into seclusion first. All the disciples will not be allowed to go out, and they will lie low for the time being. This way, we might be able to avoid this disaster. Don't we have a lot of crystal ice chalcedony and night luminescent pearls? If there's no other way, we will use some to seek help from outside and ask for the protection of those big sects. If it still doesn't work, why don't we send some gifts to the Blood Soul sect and negotiate with them? Have you gone crazy? Negotiating with them is like sending a sheep into a tiger's mouth, no different from suicide. All the disciples offered their suggestions. Everyone could see that the Blood Soul sect had wild ambitions. If they let these people leave and let the tiger return to the mountain, it would definitely cause endless trouble. If they didn't let go, they were bound to become enemies with the Blood Soul sect. When the Blood Soul sect comes out in full force, the Great Mountain Protection Array might not be able to support them at all. They were no match for them either. Even though they had just won the battle, the disciples' expressions did not look good. The Blood Soul sect has a bad reputation, the ninth elder said worriedly. Even if we shut ourselves in, we can't hide forever. This isn't a good idea at all. Besides, they're not easy to deal with. Even if we look for help outside, who would be willing to take such a big risk to offend them? I'm afraid it's not realistic. A few clear-headed Blood Soul sect disciples happened to hear this. Now you're afraid. I'm afraid you don't realize how big of a mistake you've made. When our sect master finds out about this, he will definitely use the power of the entire sect to trample the Tai Ching sect. At that time, all of you will be finished. He laughed arrogantly, without the slightest awareness of being a prisoner. If you know what's good for you, you better let us go quickly. That way, we can still leave your corpses intact. Otherwise, we'll definitely make you die without a burial place. Even your souls won't be able to rest in peace. The people of the Blood Soul sect were arrogant. Even at this point, they could not see clearly and thought that what had just happened was an accident. It was just that they had underestimated the power of the Tai Ching sect's Great Mountain Protection Array, and they had underestimated the enemy, which allowed Yi Zhan to take advantage of the loophole. However, he didn't know that the word accident did not exist in Yi Zhan's vocabulary. The foot that fell from the sky ruthlessly stepped on his face, causing him to eat a mouthful of mud. At the same time, it was accompanied by a cold male voice, noisy. The disciple raised his head and was about to curse out loud, but he met a pair of deep eyes. A cold chill hit him in the face, and he subconsciously shivered, unable to say anything. The people of the Tai Ching sect watched helplessly. The person who had been talking nonsense and chattering nonstop was instantly stepped on by Yi Zhan. His action was simply too satisfying. One word to describe it was cool. It had never been Yi Zhan's style to swallow his anger when others were fighting at his door. If people didn't offend him, he wouldn't offend them. He asked curiously, why do we need to hide, try to escape, seek help from outside but not retaliate? In the face of Yi Zhan's questioning, the group of disciples and elders suddenly became silent. Looking at the calm Yi Zhan, they actually felt inexplicably guilty and ashamed. This bold idea made them feel suffocated for a moment. In the end, it was the seventh elder who stuttered, because we can't beat them. Yi Zhan was even more surprised. You've never fought before, so how do you know you can't win? The people of the Tai Ching sect were suddenly speechless. It actually sounded quite reasonable, and they could not refute it. As expected of Yi Zhan, he didn't play his cards in the normal way. When ordinary people faced a powerful enemy attack, they would try their best to avoid the battle, but Yi Zhan was different. He wanted to fight back. However, the Blood Soul sect has been established for a long time compared to Tai Ching sect. Against such a well-established sect with a deep heritage, coupled with the fact that their disciples were all extremely vicious and evil, there was a huge difference in strength. There was no chance of winning at all. Do you understand now? Now that the sect master and the extremely powerful elders are not here, we have no chance of winning. Even if they were here, the chance of winning is less than 50%. After listening to the elders' analysis, Yi Zhan nodded, you're right. The other elders thought that he had taken their words to heart, and their faces revealed a gratified expression. Who knew what was going to happen in the next second? That's why we'll only know after we fight. Besides, didn't we win the battle just now? That battle is the best explanation. After saying that, Yi Zhan used the tip of his foot to lift the Blood Soul sect disciple, who was like a dead pig. The other elders were dumbfounded. There was no way to compare the two. It turned out that Yi Zhan hadn't given up on the idea of attacking the Blood Soul sect despite them talking so much. There were a few disciples who were full of vigor, and they were different from these cautious elders. I support Elder Yi's idea. Why do we have to swallow our anger when they attack us? We should fight back. We'll let others know that we're not to be trifled with. As soon as these words were spoken, many disciples actually agreed with them. Yi Zhan alone was already a headache, and now these disciples were also blindly making a fuss. At this moment, the elders were feeling extremely helpless. They hoped that Han Yu would return quickly and end this chaotic situation. Otherwise, if this continued, it would be out of control. After all, the people from the Blood Soul sect came with a menacing momentum. Even though they felt that there was no hope, it was Yi Zhan who stood up. In the end, they were unscathed, and the Blood Soul sect people were reduced to prisoners. This gave them great confidence. At this moment, Yi Zhan could be said to have 100 responses to his call and had become the backbone and faith of everyone. It was as if there was nothing that couldn't be done as long as he was here. A disciple took the lead and stood up. Everyone, please listen to me. We are upright, and we have an indomitable spirit. We can't be cowards. Elder Yi has spoken, which means that he definitely has the ability. Under his leadership, we can definitely beat those B***stards of the Blood Soul sect into a pulp and make them cry for their parents. This disciple was Li Yu from before. His eyes were full of worship and respect for Yi Zhan, and he would absolutely support him. If he were in the modern world, he would be a fan and the extremely fanatical kind. It had to be said that he was also very eloquent. Under his persuasion, the morale of the disciples was unprecedentedly high, and even some elders wavered. If one had to say who gave them the courage, it was definitely Yi Zhan. Yi Zhan was dumbfounded and couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect this kid to be so good at talking. He would be an expert in multi-level marketing. There was almost no need for him to say anything, and those disciples had already begun to organize themselves. There were still some disagreeing elders who wanted to stop it, but their words were drowned out by the crowd. Even the people of the Blood Soul sect had not expected that things would go out of control like wild horses. The Tai Ching sect was actually going to attack the Blood Soul sect? In their eyes, it was like a rabbit challenging a wolf. It was ridiculous to the extreme, but with their current miserable state, they couldn't laugh. Yi Zhan revealed a mysterious smile. Don't worry, I won't let everyone die for nothing. After he finished speaking, he took out several stacks of water and fire talismans and distributed them to everyone as if they were free. He had never expected that he would still have so many of them after using so many previously. Everyone was stunned. They actually had a feeling that those weren't precious talisman paper but ordinary paper that they were holding. When the time comes, you can just throw it and leave the rest to me. With that, he picked up a Blood Soul sect disciple from the ground and made him lead the way. The group of people set off in a grandiose manner. Only a few elders and a small number of disciples were left in the sect. Crazy, this is really crazy. A group of people is following this nonsense. You can't say that. According to Elder Yi's strength, even if he can't win, he should be able to retreat unscathed. When have you ever seen Elder Yi do something he's not confident in? What kind of power can a human realm rank 2 have? But did you see Elder Yi's spiritual power just now? He activated the entire array. Is such a person really at the human realm rank 2? Although most of the people didn't see it clearly, some of the elders could see it. That powerful force made everyone fall into silence. Yi Zhan seemed unreliable in everything he did, but he had his own reasons. When the Shang Yan sect disciples arrived, they saw a group of elders and disciples deep in thought with their heads lowered. Yun Tianyi's eyes narrowed as he saw the dozens of people on the ground. Although they were covered in dirt and looked extremely miserable, their blood-colored clothes couldn't hide their appearance. They were clearly from the Blood Soul sect. A few of them were even elders of the Blood Soul sect, and he had interacted with them before. Yun Tianyi and the others cautiously asked, what happened? Thinking of the bandits and conduct of the Blood Soul sect, it was not difficult to guess that they should have come to rob the Tai Ching sect, but they had failed miserably. But why were there so few people from the Tai Ching sect? Where did the others go? Could it be that they were seriously injured and sent for treatment? Yun Tianyi and the others' imaginations ran wild, but no matter what, they all felt a deep respect for the Tai Ching sect. It seemed like the Blood Soul sect had failed. However, even if the Tai Ching sect won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. The Blood Soul sect would definitely not let them off and would definitely seek revenge. If they were to be on good terms with the Tai Ching sect now, would they be implicated? The people of the Tai Ching sect didn't know that in just a moment, Yun Tianyi's heart had already turned countless times. He even has thoughts of retreating. The seventh elder lifted his eyelids and looked at the person who had arrived. Whether he was happy or sad, his tone was uncertain. The Blood Soul sect attacked us, but we defeated them in the end. Now, Elder Yi has brought people to retaliate. Didn't you encounter them when you came? My condolences. Before he could finish, Yun Tianyi swallowed his words back. It was as if fate was choking him. He said in disbelief, what? He could clearly understand every word, but when they were put together, he couldn't understand. Di defeated them? The seventh elder nodded. The Shang Yan sect disciples were all shocked. One had to know how strong the Blood Soul sect was. They were bandits and were the powerful kind. They wanted money more than their lives and were not afraid of death at all. Even they didn't dare to provoke them easily, let alone take the initiative to attack. What's more, it was a newly established Tai Ching sect. Even if they had the strength, they couldn't be so fierce. No matter how one looked at it, there was a huge gap in strength. There was no possibility of winning at all. Wasn't this like a mantis trying to stop a chariot? When they learned that the sect master and a few powerful elders were not present, and only a portion of the disciples was around, the people of the Shang Yan sect became even more silent. Yun Tianyi didn't know what to say. The people of the Tai Ching sect, especially Elder Yi, were too brave. Yi Zhan and the others came to a place not far from the Blood Soul sect. They hid and began to observe. As a portion of the disciples had been sent to the Tai Ching sect, and with the Blood Soul sect's overconfidence, they were certain that no one had the guts to provoke them. There was no one at the entrance, which gave them a good opportunity. Let's begin. Yi Zan nodded at the crowd. They raised their hands, and countless water and fire talismans floated in the air. Yi Zan injected his spiritual power into them. As mentioned before, his spiritual power was beyond imagination. It was like rivers running into the sea. Even after injecting so much spiritual power, his face was still relaxed. It was just a matter of lifting a finger. At this moment, the talisman paper continued to expand, giving birth to 2 rays of light, one red and one blue. It burst forth with vigorous water and fire elements. They clearly repelled each other, but strangely, they fused together. Yi Zan kept compressing them into a huge ball, which floated in the air, almost blocking the light of the sun above him. In an instant, countless of these giant balls floated in the air, surrounding the Blood Soul sect. The others were dumbfounded. Elder Yi is so awesome? Elder Yi, take it easy, be careful of exhausting yourself. The others were worried that Yi Zan's sudden output of so much spiritual energy would cause some damage to his body and couldn't help but remind him. But Yi Zan's face was relaxed, and he said disapprovingly, "Don't worry, I'm fine." As he spoke, he was still instilling spiritual energy into the disciples' bodies, showing no signs of exhaustion at all. This made them doubt their own lives, and the disciples couldn't help but swallow their saliva. With so much spiritual energy, even a heaven realm wouldn't be able to do it. Even though he knew that the water and fire talismans had such a special characteristic, where their power could increase according to the infusion of spiritual energy, he had never seen it increase so rapidly as though it had been injected with hormones. But he didn't know that Holy Light Guide had a part to play in this. I didn't expect that pouring in spiritual energy in the operation of Holy Light Guide would have such an effect. Yi Zan increased his output. By now, there were hundreds of talismans filled with spiritual power. The others didn't believe this and secretly tested it. They injected spiritual power into the talisman and looked at the small ball that slowly formed in front of them. It was only the size of a palm. It was clearly malnourished and underdeveloped. It was simply a world of difference when they looked at the giant ball that covered the sky that came from Yi Zan's hands. There was no comparison at all. Everyone was dumbfounded. The other disciples even suspected that Yi Zan had used some supreme-grade magic weapon to cause such a phenomenon. However, Yi Zan did not have any magic weapon on him. I understand. It's not that we're too weak, but Elder Yi is too freakish. We're not on the same level at all. It was no wonder Yi Zan was so confident. If such a big ball fell, the people of the Blood Soul sect would either die or be crippled. Even they could feel the terrifying power coming from the giant ball. The sect master of the Blood Soul sect was still dreaming. The Great Elder and the others should be back soon. After all, the Great Elder and the others were very powerful, and they also had his treasure, the blood skeleton, in their hands. It was more than enough to deal with the Tai Ching sect. The elders below were also full of flattery. I don't think even the Great Elder needs to do anything to deal with the puny Tai Ching sect. You don't need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. I'm sure that the group of people from the Tai Ching sect will be scared out of their wits when they see us. Boom. However, with a loud boom, the earth and the mountains shook. Before anyone could react to what had happened, the building collapsed rapidly and disappeared into the void. It was as if a giant hand had descended from the sky and easily raised the Blood Soul sect to the ground. Run. It's an earthquake. Those who didn't know what happened thought it was an earthquake. The disciples who survived ran out to take a look, but the real horror was still behind. Countless giant balls fell from the sky. The originally indestructible Great Mountain Protection Array was like paper at this moment, completely useless. As if it was the end of the world, sparks instantly exploded, and a huge energy fluctuation swept through everything in the surroundings. The Blood Soul sect disciples were unable to escape in time and were swallowed by the flames that were half the height of a man, not leaving even a trace behind. However, there were some disciples who managed to escape by relying on their magic weapons. However, as the sparks exploded, what followed was a monstrous flood. The surging waves drowned the survivors like giant beasts in the sea. No one was spared wherever they passed. Sparks flew in all directions, and the flames were monstrous. Even the sky was burned red. The giant beast in the sea was not to be outdone, either. The disciples of the Blood Soul sect were trapped in the 2 heavens of water and fire, and they were simply miserable. When the 2 elements came into contact, The energy produced was extremely terrifying. It was destructive. The Blood Soul Sect was like a tall building that had collapsed. It would only take an instant for it to collapse. What the hell is going on? The Blood Soul Sect's sect master was completely stunned by the water fireball that had descended from the sky. He could not help but wonder if they had been punished by the heavens because of their evil deeds. The sect's original array was completely useless under such an attack. It wasn't that they were useless, but the attack was too fierce. In just a few moments, the originally massive Blood Soul Sect was reduced to ruins. Only the sect master and a few powerful elders and disciples survived. No one else was spared. The fact that these people were able to survive under such an attack was enough to show that they were extremely powerful. It was no wonder that the other sects were so afraid of the Blood Soul Sect. Who's behind this? Get out here! The Blood Soul Sect's sect master's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His sharp eyes noticed the people at the sect's entrance. He was covered in a black aura, and his eyes were crimson red. His body suddenly expanded, and he was like an evil spirit that had crawled out of hell for revenge.